reunion, so, and I was hosting, so,
That'll take a lot.
yeah, I had 15 people over for four days, so it was a Thursday.
I can pause it. Do you want?
No, I'm ready
Keep
to
it
go.
going? Yep.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna call the meeting to order, right, 1 o'clock. And we'll begin with a moment of reflection. Yeah. So we'll begin the meeting today by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards of the land. The municipality is located within the boundary of Treaty 18, region of 1818, which is traditional land of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Wyandot peoples. Oh, we have the agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda? No? In which case, can I have a mover and seconder? Cynthia? And Joanne? Thank you. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Any declaration of continuing interest? Seeing none. Thank you. We have a series of reports to be received. That would be the action plan update for July, the future story project charter, community builders webpage update, CHD collection revitalization, CEO service update for July, and Q2 financials. May I have a mover and seconder to receive those? Sean, thank you. I saw a hand. Carol, did you have yours? Thank you. You know it. Okay, all in favor? Thank you very much. Previous minutes? Any amendments to the minutes?
I had one minor typo
Maybe it's the same one I had.
Okay, go ahead, Carol.
on the rebel report, it's distribute that.
Oh, there's a.
Oh, yeah, I had the same one.
Yeah.
Marie had that suggestion too.
Okay.
Who did?
Marie, even though she's not here
Oh.
today, she did.
Yeah. I didn't
Take a
say
look.
that, we did receive regrets from her, I didn't say that, but we did. Yeah,
I also had a question under the security cameras.
go ahead.
Said here, it's recommended that the board work with the town's IT department to include a request for cameras at Ellie Shore in the 2025 budget.
Mhm.
Is that the board, like, are we doing action on that? And
Sorry,
so, the cameras, and you were talking with IT about the cameras, so the question was, is there any board action?
well, see, because it says here, it was recommended that the board work with the town's IT department to include a request for cameras at Ellie Shore in the 2025 budget. A discussion took place regarding incorporating interior cameras near the public washrooms. CEO Marie will discuss further with IT during budget conversations. So I was confused. Is it Jen that's doing it, or is it the board that's
No,
doing it?
it's Jen.
it would be me.
Yes, that's probably just a misphrasing, meaning the board in
Yeah.
terms of the corporation,
Okay,
as opposed to us.
okay, yeah, that was my confusion on that, because then it had Jen actually doing the work.
Yeah.
I had a question, this is, about the action plan OE 2.3 under about the project charter, so it's kind of at the end of the statement there. It just saying the board requests the CEO put it together a project charter for the July meeting to address action items. It's actually a project, it wasn't for the July meeting, it was for the entire project.
No, it was for the charter to come back to this meeting, to the board.
Sorry, yes, but it was also, okay, I'll leave it the way it is. It was, in my mind, it wasn't just for the presentation, it was about an expansion project charter. So it wasn't just for the presentation to council. So I don't think it, and
Yes.
so
And that's why I think we
reading it,
listed the
yeah.
four different.
so the other items are there to address, which is totally fine. So that's grammatically the right. correcting me, no, you're correcting me, and it's all good, so I'm gonna leave it.
So the commitment was
Yeah.
for 4 separate charters then?
No, I.
Or was that one charter for all of them?
Yeah,
One,
Yeah,
to address the action
all
items.
of them, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
we could always revisit too when we get to the
Yes,
charter.
it's on
Yeah,
this
yeah.
agenda.
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
no, totally.
Because I think one charter for all of those might be a bit too confusing.
Broad.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Anybody else? No,
No.
okay, can I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda? I see Julia and I see Sean.
The
This
minutes.
is the minutes, not the agenda. Thank you. All in favor? That's carried, thank you. Let me come on to that.
That was fast. Was it Sean and Julia?
Yeah,
Julia,
Julian,
yeah.
Julian, Sean.
Thank you.
You can just kick me and tell me to slow down.
I also have the recording. It'll be, okay, thank you.
Okay, I think any business arising we captured in the agenda. Unless anyone disagrees. There were no deputations, there's nobody here for public input, and there's no correspondence. So now we're into the main part of the agenda, which is action updates. Plan updates and action items. The first one is the action plan update for July. And pleased to see all the number of things that are in progress, so things are being tackled for
Yes.
sure.
And one exciting thing, so when the agenda package was published, at that time, not all of the public computers were installed, but they are now, which is great. We were waiting on, the computer at the museum, but now that's been installed as well. So we've got all brand new computers. They're all functioning perfectly, knock on wood. So I'll change the status of that for the next meeting.
That was CH 3.1.
I wanted to start with,
Musical terminals.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
3.1, yeah.
Julia, go ahead.
could we start at CH 1.1?
Go ahead.
It's getting better, but it's still not quite right. Series, I don't know what series means. The older adult programs hosted, number of series. I think it should be, like, in your mind, what's the difference between programs versus series?
Well, that, I incorporated that based on your feedback at the last
Right.
meeting. My understanding was, so you've got the number of programs, and then you wanted to know how many of those are a series, so the same reoccurring program happening.
Yeah, but it just isn't clear the way that's written
I've
there.
written down sessions last meeting.
Yeah, maybe that,
Oh, sessions, yes.
okay,
Okay.
that's better.
Okay.
And then in your admin report, it's a little clearer. The way you report on the numbers, but
I'll change that.
okay, so
Sure.
it's sessions.
Thank you.
So session would be the class
Yes,
or the knit and, yeah,
yes,
the Thursday that they have, okay.
yeah.
So I had a question on your comment, Jen, where you said seniors exercise, knick-knackers, elder abuse services, one-off programs are not included in this total?
Not in, well, now we're using the word sessions. No, the sessions are only reoccurring programs.
So are we capturing those activities somewhere else?
Yeah, right above it.
Oh, and the 62 programs?
Yes,
Okay, perfect.
So the 62 programs, one of which is seniors fitness.
no,
Oh,
unless you want me to completely separate them. I just don't know what the point
I
of
know.
that is.
No, I think we're just trying to get an understanding of how we're counting various things, and it's hard for me to explain. So 152 programs.
That
See, I would
was,
say senior fitness is a program. It offered whatever, like,
10 times.
10
10
sessions.
sessions.
And at each session, there was 20 people. Does that make sense?
oh, I didn't
yeah,
recognize
it's
it
just, I
Yeah.
think where I get confused is like the way that I report it to the province. is the way that I was recording it here. I can do it that way.
Maybe we come back to this when we talk about the numbers that we need updated for the presentation, because it's the same discussion, like
Same
how,
discussion.
what are we counting as one unit?
Is it also confusing if I do this monthly? Like I can wait until the end of the year to put an actual figure in there.
It may be. Or
So I-
6 months, I think, because we want to be able to
Yeah.
show growth. And so we need to be measuring things the same way so that we can say, okay, last year we offered X and this year it's Y.
Well, I know, it also tells us what our impact is,
Yeah.
value judgment, since you're doing the other analysis, so how many people are being affected by that particular
Yeah.
program or engaged in that program?
Yeah.
So I'm still confused, Jim,
Okay,
on why those aren't included. Are they included anywhere? Oh, and then she changed, and then when Julia asked a specific question about seniors exercise, you said it wasn't included in the program.
so what's on here now is in 2023, we had 152 seniors specific programs.
We had. Okay, 152
And
seniors
how are you defining a
programs.
program?
So a program would be like
Seniors fitness, one.
well, no, it would be like, there's one program one seniors fitness that happened last week, say. Another seniors program happened this week, so it's more than one program, even though it's part of the same.
Series.
That would be the
Yes.
session. That would be the session though.
Yeah. So you could have a senior fitness program with
which is
20
one.
sessions.
20 sessions and there may be 20 people at each, who could be some of the same
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
So we'll get to that part later, but
Yeah.
that's probably
So
irrelevant.
like the knit and natters,
Is a program.
was that just a one time?
No, we count it every time it
Okay,
happens,
so-
it's 1, 2, 3,
So that's
4
a
programs.
Program with a whole bunch of sessions. Or that's that's an overreaching activity that has a bunch of sessions happening underneath it.
So you're using program as sessions.
Yes.
In what
entertainment.
Yeah,
you're
we
trying
are.
to get at.
Yeah.
So how can we solve that?
Sorry, just, yeah, we're getting a bit down the weed here. I think maybe what might help would be just to simply chart it out. Right? Maybe do it out on a chart like you would, like. The name, the date, the name, the date, like, and then you see, is that maybe what you mean, what you're looking for? Some way to map it? I don't understand what we're-
Yeah.
Recognition for things that are happening. If there's, under the senior fitness activity, whatever you wanna call it, there's a whole bunch of sub-activities happening. I think we should count all the sub-activities, which I think you are.
Yeah, it's how many times are we hosting a program specifically for seniors? So every week,
Each class is one program.
yes,
Whereas I mean, we
Okay.
could do it that way, but then we don't need session
Right,
Right.
No.
right.
or
So-
series.
So like you said earlier, the 62 programs represents 62 individual activities of people
specific for seniors.
that could fall under a whole bunch of different subject matters.
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
So if I come in for my, yeah, I don't know, I didn't come, but there was things on tax or something.
Yes.
That was, and you offered it twice.
Then
That
that's
would be,
2
yeah,
programs.
okay.
Yeah. So that's why you didn't count it under the series, because you would be double counting then.
Yes.
I got you, okay. So you're right.
So what is it we think we need, now that we know how
So we
it's
think
being
of programs
counted?
as being one of our urgent
Yeah,
topic
yeah.
and not.
A thesaurus.
And then the session.
I would prefer it that way, one program. Like, we have one seniors fitness program, we offered 20 sessions
A year.
last year, and the year before it was 15 or whatever, right?
And the number of people that attend.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's two, I'm just thinking, so the information we want to understand is the variety of programs over, so there's seniors fitness, there's seniors education,
Single
there's
fund
kids
programs.
activities, there's kids education. There's different, so understanding the different types of programs you offer, and then the
Frequency.
frequency that they're offered. So we are, in fact, we have 365 days of classes They're, you know, different programs, so. Because they are two different important pieces of information, because it would be one thing to say, well, we have 10 programs. But if you have 10 programs and literally they're filling up the entire, every day that the library is open. Then there's no room when someone says, okay, well, now we want to start offering youth programs. Well, I'm sorry, but we're full with seniors and kids
Yeah.
programs. Or so we have to cut back on the number of classes we offer per, so that we can, do you understand where I'm going? Like, anyway, I just think there's.
Yeah, I do think that's getting really operational though.
Not really, not really, because we have spent a year and a half trying to understand the numbers so that we can advocate for more, more
Well,
space.
I guess,
Yeah.
I guess the question back to you, if that is operational, is then, how do you frame up for us how the library is over capacity?
Yeah.
I think that would be the other, I think what we're trying to do is help frame up what would help us understand that capacity issue. And if what we're asking isn't aligned with you, then I guess the question is, help us understand how it's over capacity.
Well, and if we're struggling, then council will be struggling, and so we'll.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to put it.
So let me-
I'm just understanding.
Let's say that deeper
Yeah,
discussion
yeah.
when we're at that agenda
Yeah,
point, but I would suggest, Jen, that maybe you define what you mean by program here.
and then we go by that.
And then go by that definition. So in the senior fitness, you would, if there was 20 classes, we'd count that as 20 programs.
Yes,
Yeah, so I think you just.
I think that's just a bit misleading, that's my problem.
Just sorry, but through you, Lori, as the chair, right? To clarify this though, as Jen, or as Ms. Murley, CEO Murley said, she's using the classifications from the provincial reporting. So I'm just wondering if maybe it's more of a, let's all take a look at how the province classifies these things. Because that's what she's mandated to do. So what it really, to me, sorry, but through the chair, to me, the discussion, the debate here is really about terminology, right? And in understanding the terminology, perhaps we can, you know, look into how the terminology is defined through the provincial mandate, because I can honestly see, I don't do operations, I'm just a little politician here, but I can see that our CAO has to report this to the province, so flip-flopping and changing names and things like that seems like a bit more of the scope than what
Well,
it
that's
should be.
what I was trying to say, is
Right.
if you just define what is meant by programs.
So I'm sure we can get that.
So then we know, we're counting oranges and it's all the same line. So if you're
Well,
restricted to provincial reporting in certain names, we don't want you to do two different types of reporting, but just
Exactly.
make it clear
There's no point in duplication.
what that definition is.
But I also think we're missing information because, from my perspective, it would be helpful to know the variety of,
Yeah.
if you want to call it programs,
Yes.
services, the types of programs that we offer versus the frequency of those programs. And both are important, but I would like the broad overview knowing, okay, so fitness program is one. The education program, you know, where they come in and have presenters is another. And then, so really what we're not talking 152 programs, it might be 10 programs. And then have 152 interactions, by different things. So there's a whole different implication of that.
if we go back to the objective though, for this specific item is to increase programs to older adults. So if I'm comparing how we did it last year, it's okay, that's how we counted programs. So it'll just make it difficult for me to say, well, this is how many we offered in 2023 versus.
No, I'm not asking you to change your statistic. From me perspective, I think you're right, we need consistency, so if we're gonna compare apples to apples, we need to do whatever we did last year. But to bring it back to our understanding of what's actually going on in the library, and then you can use that as a header or an umbrella under which these numbers will fit, then it's knowing what is the variety of services. To put a
Okay,
context
can I
around
jump
it.
in? So I think I've heard a couple of things. One is that we should use programs the way the province uses programs, and that's how you've used it historically.
Yeah.
So I think this thing doesn't, Maya had said unique programs and sessions, so I think we're back down to programs, as you've already defined it. We're trying to get at a sense of capacity question. I don't know how we do that.
Well, we are tracking how many times we have to decline both staff trying to reserve space for programs, even though we prioritize staff over the public. But sometimes staff don't know, and then we'll go, so we're tracking how many times staff don't have access to space to host a program, but also if a community member approaches us and wants to use our space and it's not available.
So I think, I mean, back to, I was gonna just building, I think back to what you were saying, Julie, is perhaps this conversation in this level of detail probably is part of when we talk about the recording and presentation. Because
Yeah.
it is a deeper dive, so it's not to this point about the action plan,
Right.
you know, we're looking at it's high level, that's the
Yeah.
point. There is deeper dive information that we're gonna need, and then we'll talk about it when we get into the,
And we do,
and which is great information, by the way.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that too, because we do collect all of this information, it's just a matter of how we're,
Yeah.
presenting it. So if that's how we wanna present it for a presentation purposes, we can do that, like, we are collecting it that way. But for this specific, I just want clarity on what you wanna see
So in,
at our regular meetings for this specific measure.
what did the 3 series mean then? What did you count to get the 3?
So it's how many programs happen, like the same program happen more than once in a month. So we have seniors exercise, which is a weekly, and that is specific to seniors. So we have seniors exercise, the knit and natters, and then we had an elder abuse series.
Okay.
So all of the one-off programs that, just one random seniors program for a specific topic, that's not included as what we're calling now a session.
Okay, so
But-
in our lingo,
Yeah,
what you're saying is a session is what we're thinking is actually a program.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
So my question is, do we need sessions in this, for this stat? We may need it for other reasons, but do we need to see it on a
Well,
regular
you see,
basis?
I just, that, to me, that doesn't make any sense at all to say 62 programs as of June 30th. I'm like, well. Like, it just sounds like, my first thought would be, why are you offering so many programs? Oh, you're not, they're not distinct. Every 62 is not distinct. And the world talks about programs, like, you have a dental hygiene program, I mean, you have,
Except the ministry doesn't. The ministry talks about it differently.
wow.
But I think as long as you say somewhere what the word series represents and what the word program represents, the definition of those two, then I think we're getting just caught up on,
Language.
language.
as long as we all know what those two represent, I think. Now, when we do our presentation to council, we talk about capacity issues, then we can say, a program is this. and
Yeah.
There's 30 classes under this one program, so we can, but that's not restricted by what Jen has to report.
Correct, you can use a different language for the presentation, but I think it's helpful for us to know what types sessions that you're offering.
Yeah,
Because then you can identify where there might be opportunities for other types of, sessions
Or series.
or series, the non,
Okay,
but other opportunities for provision of something new. Like where there might be a gap in our town,
okay.
but you can't know that if you don't know what you're providing. And right now, I would say around the table, we probably don't know what we're providing.
In which case we are missing a, action or an objective, because this is only about older adults.
I know.
And then we're turning this into something much bigger than what it is.
Well, because I think we all misunderstood what that language meant.
Yes, yes. So I actually don't know if we need sessions. Specifically, this older adult question at this stage. I think we probably just want to know the programs. And that, because I think we're just getting confused
And how
by
many
it.
people have been reached?
Yes, I think that's fair. So it's basically number of participants. Right?
Yes,
It's not,
because-
it's not number of unique individuals.
no,
It's number of participants.
Yes, So sorry, you want me to change that?
Yeah, maybe number of participants, of older adult participants. Okay. And then we have kind of two other questions I think are now on the table. One is, how are we demonstrating overcapacity? Which we will come back to. And also a whole different question, which came from Chris, was, what's the overall programming that we're doing? And, but I think that's also, that may be target groups we're missing, might be part of that question.
Well, we have that, in one of the charts, because it
Yes.
shows teens as, really small, so I think we've got the
Got that.
beginning of thinking about.
Yeah, so again, it's sort of back, it's back to that.
But it's not something that we're gonna see on our action
No,
plan
no.
reports,
No.
unless we
At
add
least this, yeah, or in this.
unless we add it.
Added.
Yeah. Which we can always do later. Okay, can we go on?
2025 action plan setup.
Yes. Okay, any other questions, comments about the action plan?
I do have a comment, Yuri. So we do. So if you go down to CH 2.2,
Yes.
our little libraries project. So as of yesterday, we received notification that they were being installed, which was really exciting. So pending what time the meeting goes till today, if you want to see one, there's one right out front that was just installed yesterday.
On the Merle Market.
Yeah. Oh, you saw it?
Mhm.
And so I can report on that at the next meeting. But it is pretty exciting that they're popping up around town now. The other thing I would like to draw your attention to is ES 1.1, and the actions are related to the local history films that the museum is producing with Mountain Goat Films. So the filming for both has begun. The first film listed, though, originally we were going to do, the storyline was supposed to be about the ski train, but it's been really difficult to find people in the community who actually
Wrote it, yeah.
yes, and so we've kind of shifted the narrative for that film, so it will be more about the history of the Craigleith Station building versus the ski train. And it was just a matter of not being able, to collect all of the information that we needed to actually produce a documentary.
That's
So I had a
sad.
quick question on that.
That's sad, huh? That
So-
means-
I can offer some historical context to that.
Let me ask my very quick question. What did the Toronto Ski Club think of this? Because you had that it was going to be the history of the Toronto Ski Club for the 100th anniversary, and now you've changed the focus because you can't get that material that you need for.
Yeah, I don't actually know the answer to that.
Was that a commitment the library made to the Toronto Ski Club, or?
I think it was just, it kind of fit in with the timeline, so, to my knowledge, there hasn't been any uproar about that.
And they know it's not gonna be their focus?
They may not.
It was never to be the TSC focus anyway, because it was just a
Yeah, it
time
was-
in terms of their anniversary.
Oh, okay.
For the
focus
release,
was always
yeah.
just the ski train.
Okay, but just, if they're planning some big announcement on their anniversary, and they have this film as part of their anniversary activities, we'd have to let them know that
Definitely,
they could still do the film, but it just might not be as focused on their topic matter as they wanted it to be, that's all.
yep.
Anything else?
There may be, just as a heads up, a bit of a delay for the release of the second film. Just because when they were doing filming earlier this year, like that particular film, they rely a lot on the weather to capture specific footage, especially in the winter of water. So yeah, just a heads up that timing for that one could be adjusted potentially pending the weather this year.
Adjusted into 2025.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Anybody else?
I had one note.
Mhm.
Under OE2, consideration, transparency, accountability. The 2.3. Conduct a thorough review of all policies that are language and set in progress. Didn't we do all of those?
We did do a thorough review. There's a few policies that I'm just looking at now where we could make more gender inclusive language.
Oh, okay.
So,
So the in progress can stay then.
yeah,
I just thought after that last meeting where we did such an in-depth review of all the policies.
In May.
we did.
We might shoot ourselves if we more across the table.
But that's okay, that's fine.
okay.
Okay, anything else? Okay, so let's move on. And that takes us to, F2, community hubs. And the first one, as promised, is the, SRI and the expansion project charter and next steps. I'll hand that over to Julia. Do you want to, you can do the presentation first, you can do charter first, it's up to you.
Why don't we start with the vault, because I think we had quite a number of sort of questions that will come back to the charter, like. So if you go,
Can I also just make one comment from the beginning? And I know we'll come to this at some point. Where are the slides? I think they're way at the end. There,
Yeah.
thank you.
you're kind of out of order.
When I was putting together the project charter, it was the timeline that I really struggled with. And then I have suggestions for, what we can call it and how to make it flashy and those
Yeah.
other things, but
yeah, and when I read the interview questions for the consultants, I was like, oh my goodness, so even what we talked about may be out of date now, because I think there's we just need to,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
I think we need to
pull
rely
apart.
on well, we know what we need to rely on
Yeah.
first. That, the first question that we all need to agree on in terms of how we're,
Yeah,
what we're focusing on.
and so the main reason that we got together twice, and then Joanne did a whole lot of work. And then I took a crack at it, and then Carol did.
Teamwork.
So we didn't really get back together to look at it, so, we're keeping it kind of
And I would
loose
just make a
here.
suggestion up front on the title page and just put draft, since this is public and it's
Yeah.
still very draft.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want someone going in and thinking this is the version that went, so we should have put draft on the first page.
Yeah, everything. Let it happen really fast, yeah.
yeah, and it'll all be captured in the minutes too, but I'll make sure that that's highlighted.
Super clerical.
But there's all the out there, right? And then-
It is, but if we could like just pull back, put draft on the front page or something. Or I don't know, or there'll be some changes, and there'll be another version up that'll still be draft, it'll be draft until we finalize it to go to council.
Yeah.
Be like draft 50. We won't put numbers on the draft, but we'll just identify it as draft.
okay, so do you wanna go to the next slide?
Mhm.
And again, I think maybe we should go through some of the content before we, finalize the goals, but this is what we were thinking, that we would, present the results. That we would provide some updated data, because everything, when we talk about expansion, we need to show continued growth, and we'll have to change, it doesn't matter, I mean, whatever it is, but if it, we're on the assumption that we're running out of space quickly, but we need to back that up with data, right? And I think because we have 6 months into this fiscal year, we have an opportunity to look at what we said we were going to do last year to what we have done so far.
Yeah.
And just for clarity, after the November presentation, council wanted what? They wanted the SROI, and was there anything else?
No, we went back to them and asked to have you included on the MRFA.
Yeah,
But
And
that,
it's been it's been shared
Mhm.
as part of the sort of data collection phase of
Right.
the study.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think they asked for the same things that they'd already been presented, they just asked it in a different way, but they've already been presented most of the information that they asked for, again, that's how that's how I remember it anyways.
Mhm.
So it's just, round and
Well,
round.
I think it was, I mean, essentially it was a recognition of, it was clear from the numbers we were presenting, the story that we, that, so, okay, we get it, there are things, so it is that form of, so continue to show us the information, and so we can see, I mean, if I'm council, I'm like, at 6 months, are you, because we showed forecast numbers. So are we sort of on, off, are we like, has suddenly everybody stopped using the library, has?
Has it doubled? Yeah.
Has it doubled? So I think that was, I think that's what you're saying, it's kind of, this information, so.
So, so the third major point there, and that's where, when I read the questions, I'm like, we may need to change this, so let's come back to it, because we were thinking. We would really like to have a process where we did the space utilization, maybe with the help of a consultant, to do something short term. Versus waiting for a 15-year, 10 to 15, 20-year big facility. So that's why that bullet is there, but we may need to take that off, because I think maybe looking at those questions, we may get in. If out of that analysis that they then will present to council, it may show hopefully that we need to do something in the short term, which,
We define short term as 5 years.
yeah, within 5 years.
And that was part of the comments I had too, where we don't know what the results of the MRFA will be. But once we have that information, it might actually help us in the
Yes.
sense that it'll be clear that this is the short-term
Yes.
solution. And then this is the
Yes.
long-term solution.
Right,
Yeah.
so my one caveat to that though is the purpose of the MRFA, it's a multi-use recreational facility assessment. And so it is, the sole purpose is about definitely recreation needs, et cetera, but it's about a multi-use facility to address a number of
The
challenges.
feasibility of,
Feasibility of doing something. It is not about your current library is delivering this, et cetera. It will, the perspective on Ellie Shore will be, okay, you're delivering this many program sessions, pardon me, now. But, with the growing population, we know what they're gonna say, because we've been saying it since 2018 or 2017, is you need more. But we also know the reality of them building a multi-use facility on top of this building is zero, because why would you put it here? So I think one thing we need to keep in mind is that Ellie Shore has building needs and has capacity challenges, and I think we should be very clear on being stewards of this building and its ability, this building and CHD, although we've done a lot of renovations there, and I know we've done more on that later, but I think being stewards of this building and the needs that it, and who it's, who it can serve, in addition to the MRFA. So, if I put it differently, this is the main branch of our library, and the MRFA is our opportunity for a second branch, because our population is exploding.
Yeah.
That's kind of, I'm jumping ahead a bit, but
Yeah,
as we talk about possibly presenting together, I just want to be clear that this, and again, this is what we talked about, is it's not library services in general. I think right now, as I read all these numbers and I look at all these building reports,
Yeah.
it's this building. And as the board to make sure that it can continue to do what it needs to do.
And if you add the AODA study results that came back, it just adds to that.
yes.
Yeah, so.
but what we were tasked to do was to look at the vault and see what kind of information we could provide on that to council. So I think that's probably the best place to start, which should be in the next slide. So, these are just some definitions. And I think, we've got a lot of words in here. We've got a lot of the similar pictures, but, I think if we go right in, dive right into the nitty gritty vault domains, we can have a good discussion. So can you, I would come back to this. I'd keep going. You've
Okay.
seen the methodology, you've seen that. This is just another way of showing it. You know, you may like one way better than another.
You haven't seen all my changes.
No, I looked at them. Can you
Okay.
go back?
Yeah.
So, so this would just be an overall slide, showing that that's the total social return on investment.
Can
And
I
then-
just ask?
That dollar
you're
sign shouldn't be there in front of results.
You're using the word generates. So every hour open, it generates 388.
Well-
But it's not really generating it, is it?
No.
No, it generates value of.
Yeah, that's literally the terminology from the report, but you're right, it is a misleading.
Well, as a council member, I'd be sitting there saying, okay, where's the cash?
I know.
That's a really good call. Very good
Yeah.
call. Yes.
So we may come back to this. We may just leave it at the 4 million.
Well, but also, sorry, but also too, like the name is in the title, return on investment.
Yeah.
It's, I don't, if anybody at council gets confused by this, then they should reread what
The
they've
vault
been
is.
given, because
And by
they asked, sorry, but they asked for what the return on investment is that the public library provides. So if they get confused by that, I don't know how you would break that down any further.
But we would have already explained the methodology. when we
Yeah.
got to this
It's
slide.
further up, yeah. It's
So
up-
we
it's
would
up
have
to-
said it's
yeah,
not card cash, it's the generates the value of.
Yeah,
So that
I
by the
think you-
time they get to this slide, if they're paid attention to the other one, they would be.
exactly, and that's sort of, that's almost, not to sound vindictive, but that's almost a aha or a gotcha moment back at them, because this is what they asked for, right? They asked for this, and you're providing. I think you've done great work here.
Okay.
I do think it would help to add the words of value after.
We could add,
all of it.
yeah.
Sure.
Because this
Oh,
might.
of
this might-
value. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, and
good.
this is a main slide that may stand alone at some
Of
point.
value.
That's
Yeah.
true, that's true.
I like that.
So
Of
for
value.
every hour open, BMPL generates a value of,
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
did
Well, I
you?
would say generates $388 of value, I would say of value,
Or put it after the figure.
yeah.
It may also be, and this might be part of what was discussed in your meetings, but I think it's really important before even getting into the whole technical, how things were calculated. I don't think they're really necessarily gonna focus and remember that part of it. It should be in a report and they should understand, but it's about telling the story of, look at what we're doing with basically not a ton of money. So like the message is, we're trying to communicate the impact of these intangible things by putting a number on it.
And I think what might be an important tie back to this too, is that once it is circulated to council, would be more importantly, if you have questions, contact your board member, right? Talk, get set down with your board member and ask them, right? Just to better understand. This is a great opportunity to in some cases, meet your board member and ask them these questions, rather than wait until the meeting, right? Just saying.
Well,
I have a great conversation with myself every time.
I know, yeah.
It's important to also tie it back to,
And I think we should maybe start with that, is when we know when we're going to council, we should be contacting our partners and saying.
Let's sit down, yeah.
Sit down and talk to you.
Yeah.
Context before you deal with it in council.
before you don't understand or misunderstand things.
And also, we can get their questions. If
Mhm.
we don't know the answers, we have a chance to find them out before we're in front of council and get posed.
100%.
Yeah.
Cause then it doesn't keep prolonging it,
Mhm.
right? There's another 6 months, or it's another year.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, the term's over, and then everybody goes home, and then they all
So-
come back again. And then we start it up at zero. again. Not zero, but
Can we go on to the next slide?
Yeah,
So-
let's have one conversation.
Yeah,
You guys, let's have one conversation going, please.
So just for clarity, were we thinking of putting generates a value of $380 or generates $380 worth of value
Dollars of value, just of value. I would add those two. words.
after the figure?
Yes.
Okay. So, here's a major place to stop and pause for a moment, which is how are we gonna present this result? So, on this part is what I spent some time going into the report, and each of this, what are they, domains?
Yeah.
Have like sub areas.
Mhm.
So I pulled those out, just sort of made them into more simple language. So in entertainment and leisure, this is the section that measures the economic benefits of 1, 2, 3. Now, they may ask a question and we can pull up the thing and read it out loud if we need to, but that would be one way to really be clear. Then for the next, this one and the next one, I thought, well, they're gonna wanna know how it's calculated, so I started to put in the formula, but I only did it for the first example. And then I thought, well, this is kind of, a lot of them are similar, so I wanted to get people's opinion on how best to present this information, recognizing that people will have questions, and we'll have to at least give some examples of how it's actually calculated.
I think it's important to have the formula that you have right there, because if you've missed, you were sleeping through the section where you talked about how this was all done, at least you've got the indicator of how it was calculated. So if I'm sitting in with my council member, then I can just refer to that instead of trying my own head to even go back and remember how it was done. Because they could very well say, so how did you do that?
Yeah, but there's 3, and there's many formulas in there, right, depending on which aspect. Can you go back to the one, there, which and this is something we didn't actually pick up on, but when we were talking, we were saying one of the, questions we thought we might expect was, well, if I can't get a book from the library, I might go buy it, and that puts money into the local economy. So I realized that they have this whole calculation called dead weight value, which is quite interesting, really, when you think about it, because that's what they're. I don't really understand why they call it dead weight, but, so I don't know whether we want to skim over the formulas or get into detail on one example of a formula, or give them all the formulas, like it's somewhere in
I think
there.
there's a couple of
Yeah.
concepts, and when I think about when we did the training for
Yeah.
it, there's 2 things that are coming to mind. One, I do believe we can do the setup. It would be really important for people to read it beforehand, because we can spend a lot of people, what
Yeah.
is dead weight? What
Yeah.
is the other terminology? If we wanted to set up, there is a, just the overarching, here's how it's calculated, the indirect and direct costs, et cetera, and the concept of dead weight value, which is essentially just things like, and use an example, things like people, how often people are buying a book from the store, those kinds of things that they've taken out. It is important because there are a lot of things that they've taken out. In that, I think, I was like, well, no, I would include that, but so the numbers really are in fact underrepresenting the actual value that libraries could.
Yeah.
They're not. I
Conservative.
think we can go down to a,
Sean
we
has
have a
a
whole
comment.
meeting, we have a whole meeting on calculations.
To complement. You, I mean, I fully agree, like to complement your line or your train of thought on that would be, I know this is still a draft, but once it's in a completed form, have we considered sharing this over to our economic development department that could champion the same numbers, cross-reference the numbers, right? I'm just thinking the broader scope is that when you've got other departments that can champion it, it just creates more of a win, because they can also write recommended revisions, or they could also just provide commentary that would say, we support this, right? I'm just, because as I'm sure some of us would know, the more letters of support you bring in, especially when it comes to what's the right word, when it comes to, fields of, specific fields or, disciplines, I think it really benefits, it adds, it complements. I just didn't know what CEO Murley thought, but, or if this has been done before, I'm not really sure, right? But, and it's not, I'm not trying to quantify or qualify anything that might or might not have been done in the past, but moving forward, I just wonder if that's something we could look at as well. Just a thought, because as I say, when you've got, we literally have a department here in the town that focuses on this. So we get through the draft stage and then we share this over to that department. They take a look and they go, wow, these are incredible numbers. Here's what we have, right? Or here's how we can work together to better bolster these.
I would almost take that a step further, maybe we sit down and strategize with.
Or have a sit down with them. Exactly. I'm just,
Before we
this is just where,
finalize
like,
that.
upon seeing this earlier, like, this is where my mind went to, was like, and it just brings me back to, I was at a summit and the keynote speaker had, his words of advice to everybody is, don't focus on what you don't have. Put your focus and your emphasis on what you do have. Well, what we do have here is we have a wonderful library. We also have trained staff in economic development.
No, I think it's a fantastic idea.
So just a thought,
Yeah.
and I don't know, I know Jen's got enough to do, but just a thought.
Well, is that something that maybe the three of us could arrange, like?
No,
we
it should be
could-
Jen, I think,
Yeah.
because it's a staff level thing.
Yeah.
So we're far enough ahead in this that she might want to take it to them and get some feedback.
Cause as I said, the complementary numbers could really help, to bolster the case. I'm just trying to think, broad scope.
Springboarding from that, and it was in one of the action plans where I was trying to find earlier and couldn't, is do we have other key influencers around town that might help support, that might have some knowledge around this, that we could utilize as our, support base? Because I think having some voices beyond just us at this table would be a bigger win for
For
us.
sure, members of the public, yeah.
And council members seem to rely on certain voices out there
Hmm.
for different things. And I think we should be tapping into some of those. So that means when we talk about education, bring them into the loop. So this economic development group is a great start, but we might want to take it one step outside of that too.
I just but through you, I just rather, like, as I was saying, every letter of support or every voice of support is even, gets our voice louder, right?
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well,
Okay,
I wouldn't see us going forward with this without having support from the CEO of the town,
CAO.
the CA of the town.
And you've identified in the project chart as key stakeholders.
Yeah.
And I wonder in some of the deliverables and next steps is, obviously one-on-one council meetings, bringing in our key stakeholders, so who else in the
We
leader?
never identified who those key stakeholders, at least I haven't.
Well, Blackboard did a lot of work on that, and that's on the September agenda. But the whole point it's on the September agenda is, this is an important piece of, this is what
We're
we
running out
want
of
to take
time.
out,
Yeah.
yeah, to them. So, yeah, I think those are all important next steps.
Just while the idea is fresh in my mind, and I know we still have a lot to go through, but it might be neat, should we frame this as the Blue Mountains Public Library's future story? Maybe we don't call it that, but should we kind of brand it that way and align kind of with the town that way? It might be cool to actually bring in, if we frame it as we're telling a story, yes, there's lots of data that needs to be presented too. Like, we have the first CEO that worked in this building that still works for us, that can tell the story of how, this is how the library has changed. We have, it would be kind of neat to incorporate our supporters, yes, but it's how are we framing this? And I don't know, my mind just always goes to, if we're too data heavy, it's just gonna keep getting postponed, right? It's how are we, we have to think about the delivery too, and we need to be convincing them, this is our reality. And so when we're thinking about, maybe it's once we get to the project charter, stakeholders or people that we're involving, that's where my mind always goes is, okay, how are we presenting this? What's it going to look like?
Yeah,
touch back to.
And I think there's a bit of risk here, because when I look at, culture, for example,
Okay,
so we create, 230,000 of value in the area of culture. If I wanted to look at that in a critical aspect, I would say, well, how much does it cost to run the Heritage Depot? So, do you know what I mean? Like, I just, this is so risky. The way some of these that we present, because that's not a lot of money, right?
It is kind of surprisingly low considering you've got the gallery and you've got the
Yeah.
museum, so you've got some, we're pretty heavy cultural.
Right.
when you look at our budget though for, cause none of these numbers include staffing, that's the economic development
Yeah.
domain. So like if you're looking at our budget for museum programs, exhibitions, library programs, our library programming budget this year is $7,000.
Yeah. It's pretty,
Our exhibition budget, which includes producing 2 local history films, is $12,500, and this is,
So that's good, so
The
that
return
is
on
maybe that's where the story comes in.
right,
Because just presenting this, it's hard to wrap your head around, you get caught up in the formulas. And it's easy for people who haven't given it a whole lot of thought to make misassumptions about,
right,
Well, then maybe we need something like, what are the inputs on this?
yeah,
As you say, I mean,
Yes.
the financial input is $7,000 for this or whatever, and, yeah, and then it shows the context for that return.
right. Right, so that's, I mean, to me, this is a big decision point, is how are we going to share this, because we think it's a good story. We're proud of our results, but we could easily end up
I
with the
think-
wrong impression.
I think too, it's worth being honest and sharing that, you know, we're coming back to you in 2024 with this information because you asked us to.
Yeah,
But should we do this again next year, the numbers are going to be even higher, and we can talk about why that is. Like, we had vacancies, you know, we were navigating a ton of change. The museum was closed for how long last year? Like, there's a lot of different factors that fed into these numbers. They're going to just continue to get higher, except if we don't do anything about the space issue, then the space domain, that's not going to change. It's, in fact, it
Right.
might even get lower, who knows?
right,
But I can tell you that if people want impact, that they have to have a context of that impact. So having the input with the output and present it as a storyline, not just technical numbers or formulas,
Mhm.
because people don't really care about that. Then some of them will want to know how you came at that number,
mhm,
like what factors were utilized, not necessarily the formula. But if the Junes of the world want a formula, you can say, yes, we've got.
I like your idea of having one formula example at the beginning, like one.
Because
So-
you gotta think of where do you want them to get hung up on, and you don't want them to get hung up on the formula.
Yeah,
Cause then
No.
you're gonna lose your
but as
message.
soon as you show them the dollars, I'm gonna ask.
But I've done other presentation and, you know, for every dollar spent in here, this is the return on it. So that's really what they're looking for, I think.
A lot of the really technical stuff too can be in the report. It's not in the presentation
Right.
itself, but here's the staff report. Do you want an appendice that's the entire SORI, you know? I think that's how it should be.
yeah,
Not to say you can't incorporate some, but you don't wanna get too into the technical stuff for all of the reasons you mentioned,
don't
Chris.
break your back bending over backwards to make it that way, yeah.
Yeah,
People walk away with the human factors, the storyline.
Yeah.
That's what they'll remember and walk
And-
away.
What do you want to call?
And I would hope that they would trust that have trust in the staff, especially that the information that we're presenting is accurate.
it's not that, it's just that, like, from my, like, even me, and I would understand this better than they would at this point, but my brain goes to, well, 229,000, it's not a lot of money, right? Or not a lot of value, so,
But if you spend 50,000 to get that 200, then.
yes,
Right,
Yes, that's why I really like this idea of the story and the inputs.
Does the model break down the inputs by domain?
Yeah, each,
So you'd be able to pull it out quite quickly that we actually, the part of the formula is, yeah, $7,000 for the, yeah, so I think that would be easy to put in there. You know, kind of the inputs piece.
so would this be something you could,
Yep.
yeah, now we
I'll be
did
right
have a
back.
bit
Sorry.
of a heart attack thinking that we were.
You got very excited about
Actually,
that.
You put in a date to present the council, but that's not turned up. Okay.
No, and I have comments on that too. It was just right after our last
Yeah.
board meeting, I was trying to put something
Okay,
together.
but it's not next month.
No, and in
Good.
fact, that's way before the MRFA is even
Yeah.
being presented to council, so that's something that we'd have to consider timing wise.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that would be great if we could turn these into so keep out the formulas, maybe we would have an example of a formula, we don't know yet. Just in case if somebody asks, but we can come back to that, but, uh. This is, you would add something about the inputs, maybe make it prettier.
Yeah, I mean, if, like, I have ideas for how things, not to
Okay.
say it looks bad, but I used to do that, that was what I did in Innisfil, like, I have ideas for how we can, like,
Okay,
pictures and less
Yeah.
text, even though,
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah,
but I'd wait to get to that.
Yeah, I
till
was
we
just gonna say, we're
finalize.
so
Yeah,
far from
exactly.
that.
Yeah.
From that.
No, I
Yeah,
realize
yeah.
that, I do.
This discussion really needs to be about us aligning on what, well, I guess, yeah, what's the outcome that we want from this meeting? Because it is a meeting and it could just be to inform council. But it, you know, our perspective is we actually need a little bit of action from council. And we'll come back to that, but I think it's because once you know what your outcome is. That obviously informs the story that you're gonna tell.
Yeah.
And how much you might need data, because, you know, I mean, every audience you're talking to, some people just want the story, some people want the data. But you gotta have that balance, but yeah, I think that's, so we need to
Isn't
come
it
back
our
to.
goal to do more than inform?
Yes, so that's what I was just saying, I think,
Yeah.
what Julie was saying is, we'll go through what we have, and then I think come back to let's get agreement on what we want the outcomes to be, of the meeting of council.
yeah,
So why don't we go to areas of strength and areas of opportunity, because all of these are
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a regurgitation, it's just a different way, but the real discussion we have areas of strength. And then areas of opportunity.
I had some real issues about the economic development one. Because until I saw what the numbers were based on, I was thinking what's our contribution to the businesses in town? And this is a multiplier on wages. And I don't really think that council would see that that's
It's more than just wages though, I think.
probably 90% wages. It's actually 75% wages somewhere
It's
in
a lot
the.
on wages.
Heavily weighted.
It's
Yeah,
heavily weighted, yeah.
heavily
And I think
weighted
if you
with
took that
wages.
out, you'd be down to something.
yeah, it's a staffing cost and the benefits.
That's probably the major one, so it's not, so that is not, that may be a contributor economically into the town, but they would get that if they invested in the planning department.
Yeah, right.
So it's not unique to the library, so I would not be emphasizing that.
And that's our second highest.
Well, it's also business and economic development workshops and self-generated revenue, if we go back to the other.
But that's where I was saying, if you have a session with our active department, maybe you can kind of balance that out too. Just about.
Get some context for it,
Mhm.
yeah. But I wouldn't call it, at this stage, I certainly wouldn't be putting it as a area of strength. Not the way that measure is created.
Yes, it is nice.
Yeah, it
Especially when
was,
we know that self-generated revenue, you know, those are not big income areas.
No.
well, we have no rooms to rent out.
That would be one of the reasons, yeah. But I think the others, I mean, entertainment, education, culture.
I wonder, I would have to look at the Excel sheet again, but I wanna look at the donations part because. I don't know where my brain's going, somewhere along the lines of how much the community is supporting the library. And I'm just gonna make a note to look more closely at that.
But I like the concept of talking about the areas of strength.
Yeah, we struggled with that one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the areas of opportunity, I didn't print this out, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of arbitrary where the, what number, is 200,000 return a strength, or is that it was literally, honestly, it was just the graphics. The page. But, so again, to decide, are these areas of strength, or, technically, these are just literally what's high, what was the most to the least. Cause you can argue with the strength, is that whatever, but to your point about economic development, that's really interesting, that we could put it as an area of opportunity. And actually just, again, be transparent about, because, the way the model works, the significant input factor on economic development is employment. Which very important, but the other factors. Aren't as big, I don't know where.
It's not that, it doesn't emphasize it necessarily, it is the only area. If we had huge room revenues beyond the staffing.
Oh, I see what you mean, sorry,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Said better.
So I would interpret the economic development as the majority of the cost for the library goes towards staff, which I think.
Which is very
probably fair
common
comment.
for
Yeah.
not-for-profits, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so we would take that out of areas of strength, I think that's fair
I
enough.
might even call this area of contributions or something. Yeah,
Well,
Contribution,
we were trying here to sort of take the numbers and tell a little bit of a story, that's what this page was supposed to do.
yeah. Fair enough.
yeah,
I think that's, I'm just sitting there wondering, okay, what would I say were our areas of strength if I were, on the outside, and I would. Space in a sense is a strength and a weakness, right? Because it's a beautiful space, we offer a lot of things here, but we can't offer, all these gaps, but we can't do. And yet it's, so it's an area of opportunity, and that's probably, appropriate. Let me go to the next slide, so I don't have to bring my glasses on and off. See, and I noticed in civic engagement, like, we talk about social cohesion as being really important in what we do, and that may actually be more in inclusion and well-being, I guess. But, where would something like the arts and crafts walk have landed in this model? Because that's.
Culture, would that have gone?
I think, yeah, it would have been.
Special local culture and historical events, that's.
Or is it,
Mhm.
sorry, did we put any fees for that?
No,
and would we be trying to tell the story that the benefit from the arts walk or a cultural event is not in the dollars people spend? It is in the
Mhm.
service
Community
we're
engagement.
providing, an opportunity to showcase our town, to people can spend a day doing something of value to them. Is that,
The Art Walk did that. Yeah,
so,
like, remember that couple that came here from Buffalo, New York, just because they Googled something to do? And they said, or something like that, remember? And they said, so we decided we'd come up here and check it out, and they were really happy they did. Right? And that's a lot of contributors there. That's adding to the culture, but that's also adding to actual economic development, because they had to stay here, they had to eat here, they had to sleep here.
that's a
They had
good
to do,
story.
they had to do, all those things came from one couple that Googled, it popped up on their news
Yeah.
feed or something, I can't remember specifically.
Well, it's almost like marketing, because it creates a really positive image of our town.
And that's why, like, even economic development, I would say would be more of an area of opportunity, because that's a pale number, because it could be so much bigger if we had more space to offer.
Yes,
More.
exactly.
Right? Like, I think economic development in the 1.2 million return on investment is good news. I don't think anybody should attack that. I think that's good news, because that's contributing to the entire community. So I think that's more of an area of opportunity, myself personally, but.
So like in the art walk, when down in, because we were at the very first, a lot of people started at the top. and then came down so they could have lunch in the restaurants.
And then
Yeah,
everybody
that's good.
that was in Clarksburg, we sent them over to the Market on Marsh to have
There you go.
great lunch, yeah.
Yeah.
So would that show up in next year's vault?
Yep.
The economic, how would the people at the Arts Walk translate into economic development?
It would just be whether, like how we report it. I have to look at the Excel sheet though. Do you want me to pull it up or that can be a follow-up?
Yeah, maybe a follow-up.
Because if it's report, like if. It can't be reported under both. I just
Right.
can't remember where it was captured when. But I have a feeling it was captured under culture versus.
Okay,
But there again, the
economic
dev contributes or gets benefited by having the art walk because, yeah, people spilled into the restaurants and they went to the shops and. So and so, even shops that weren't even associated with the art walk got the overflow
development. And artists.
and the artists, yeah,
Well,
This is, so, yes.
it was a win,
This
it was a huge
is,
win.
yeah, this is where we're gonna get into trouble, where we start talking about. Like, are we a tourism mechanism? Are we, you know, this is the social return on investment, so. I think this is actually a great thing to talk about, even in the meeting, is as an example where, you know. How the vote works is only if we charge fees for all of the people who are selling at the show, then it would show up in economic development. But because we are promoting local culture with all of the artists around and, you know, and or because it's community engagement and we have literally all, you know, every single house offering space and everybody helping, et cetera. That's where it shows, so it's a great way to talk about how this model really is more about the social value to the town. And as well as.
ate in the
They
restaurants.
did, but the library's role. What can quickly become, it's like, okay, great, the library needs to put on more events like that, we need to spend lots of time and energy putting on events that drive tourism. As opposed to, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I don't know where I'm going with it, but I'm just getting.
I can tell you where I'm going with
Yes,
this
help.
This is a dollars and figures thing,
Yeah.
but there's context to it.
Yeah.
Right, and I think part of the context, and let's take the arts and craft walk as an example. It would fit into one of these, I'm not sure which one, and then we say, okay, the dollars we spent on it is this, the dollar outcome is this. But what did we actually do? Well, we did an arts and crafts walk and what was the benefit of that? That, you know, so it had a social benefit, it had a community engagement benefit, it had a tourism benefit, you know, it had, so, you know.
All from a free event.
Yeah, yeah, and so you have sort of three pieces of this, so the main point of talking about this is to bring the dollars and cents forward, but we don't want to do just that, because we need to provide context around each of the items.
Actually, sorry, I'll correct myself, not free, there was still there's a lot of staff time and energy went into that. So a non-fee event.
Yes.
Can you say that again?
Okay, so I see three related aspects of it. So we do the dollar side, which will include a bit of the inputs and the output. And the output, we already have these numbers, 229,000 for culture.
Yeah,
And then we talk about, in each of these areas, what are some of our major activities? So I'll go to entertainment, for example, education. Or I guess entertainment leisure is where you have fiction collections and you've got Libby and electronic stuff. And so these are sort of things that we do that contribute to this item. And then what are the benefits that we see in those? And, you know, social cohesion, that's not really an entertainment one, but, and so what do we see as the benefits for each of those?
and we could refer to tourism dollars, couldn't we? But even if we're not including it in our number, but we know that there were other benefits.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
I think you can, yeah, I think you would take a look at each thing and say, well, it may be under culture, but there's also a tourism side, there was a community connection side, I mean, there's all these other little tangential things.
Yes,
So we're presenting it to council, gives them the answer to the dollars and figures thing, but tells them all about the important things we've done, as well as the benefits that we're realizing.
Yeah,
Adds to the story.
I like it.
That's it, yeah.
so the number is just one piece of a bigger
Yeah.
story. I think that's
Mhm.
exactly the way we need to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good.
On that note,
Yes, so.
And we do think we should definitely, like, so those are gonna be the good stories. Then there's gonna be some of the areas of opportunity stories, like, think what we could do if we had space. More space, right?
Yes. Yeah, so it does work the other way around.
It
So
does work.
you've got space, and yes, you can talk about, this number's kind of low,
Yeah,
right?
Mhm.
And,
This is
and
our-
and this is our space issue.
Yeah.
And then you get into, we offer almost no teen services.
right,
You know, or we have to turn away so many people for these programs. So again, you have your input and your output. What are they talking about? And
Yeah.
what are the benefits? What are the issues then? in
yeah,
that case?
exactly.
Benefits for the gaps.
Like the space one coming out low, I think it was actually really good news.
Yes,
Because that's a huge opportunity for us to increase all the other numbers.
Yeah,
and maybe this is also where the accessibility stuff can also feed into.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, we could.
Benefits or issues, whatever they might.
The one thing I've noticed recently about our library too, and this could maybe somehow feed into it, is if you go into it, like, this is a beautiful building, you can't deny it. But if you go into the main library, what do you see? All you see is collection. But if you go into like a modern 21st century library, like, obviously the architecture really makes this space. But it's not about the collection, it's about all of the other things, the seating, the meeting rooms, all of those. So like, to even show them, like, yes, you have this beautiful building, but look what's inside, like, it's filled 90% collection, maybe not that high, but anyway, that might get into it a
So
little.
if
That's a
you
good
go
question
to
to
the
know.
Collingwood Library, you get a totally different impression.
Yes, although their collection is also massive.
I haven't been in that, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Sean?
yeah, I just,
Yeah.
on that note though, I'm not sure about this library in particular or in your experience, but I do know that there are professionals out there that we utilize them at town hall to redesign and organize office space. Have we ever considered that, or is that a higher budgetary item? Cause I know there are professionals out there that can walk into a room
Wait
and
till
go
you get to the end of the presentation
for that particular,
for that discussion. Because we have some recommendations at the end of the presentation on a use feasibility study with various options, and one of the options could be, how do you maximize the space you have and what are you gonna get out of it versus do you need to just improve it for AODA compliance, or do you wanna add something to that, like?
I'm just talking about, I know where you're going
Yeah,
with that,
yeah,
I'm just talking about your ideology in particular, right? Just on this frame of thought, right? When you walk in, what do you see? Right? Could it be redesigned so that it's
But you wouldn't want.
more seating and more friendly? I don't know. Not
But
that
you-
it's not that it's not friendly.
But you wouldn't wanna do that in isolation of looking at other options to improve the usage and enhance the usage of the building.
And was that part of the space needs assessment?
There has been stuff like that done,
So I have a copy of the spacing, I went through that in absolute detail. It's really
But we're
good,
getting-
yes, it was.
We're digressing a
Right.
bit.
Yeah, anyway.
These are all really good points. So, I think we've got some ideas on how to present the vault in a more,
Understandable question.
understandable and positive format. This hasn't been touched, and this is where, we need
Sorry,
to validate.
Did we? Sorry, no, go ahead, sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
This is, yeah, so this data hasn't been touched, and what I would like to do, if okay, is sit down with Jen to update. So what we did there, that was 2023 projected as of, I think, the end of October. So we would need to put in the actuals for 23, and we would need to do the 2024 6 months projected, and I'm just hoping that all of this story is still valid.
I would suggest that if you see a sudden change, like something spikes up, then that would be worth mentioning at the meeting with council. And if it's basically the same thing we told you before. I would-
Right,
I would-
yeah.
Right, yes, so
Yeah.
only look at the, where we have significant.
Right,
Yeah,
but I'm just, and again, my whole thinking about this changed a bit once I saw the questions that the consultants are going to be asking, because I think maybe if we give this to them, because they're asking questions about your volume and the growth, so if we have it all ready for them, so
Sure.
they don't have to do any of that work
Yeah.
themselves, that would be great, and then we all understand the way things are calculated. Right, we had quite the time getting to these numbers, so I'm,
interested in seeing how they look.
Yes.
When you're gonna do
yes,
some of them,
yes.
yes.
Like, what are the card holders right now? Jen, do you have that somewhere? Like, I know in your
We can
report, you said we've added 200 or something, but I was like, I wonder,
I can get that
Yeah.
information, yeah.
yeah. So maybe, we could sit down with you and go through some of this, that would be great.
I'll definitely be
So
leaning on Elisa for help too.
Yeah, so there's no need to really go over this now.
Okay.
And maybe go to the end.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, but I was premature.
Yeah. No, that was last year too. Yeah, that's last year.
No, go for this year.
Oh, okay. So this would be the end of the presentation.
So we're trying to make an argument there for whatever our recommendations are on the next. Which is you've got this great news story, the library's doing a whole bunch of wonderful things, but it's restricted in the space that it has in the short term.
And the Thornbury intensification plan, that's a town plan.
Yeah.
That's reference to a town plan.
Is that,
So it's an intensification study that was used to inform part of the new, official plan.
Yes,
So it's referenced in the official plan, yeah, we're not, I mean, we're being very careful about using the same information.
Yes, yes.
and we should use whatever is an intensification study, we should use whatever their legal is rather than plan. We should make sure we just double check that.
And it's 4 million of value.
Right, yeah.
so this was the ask, and then I saw the questions from the consultant. And I'm not sure I'm wondering now if looking at the potential of the multi-use, the way that the interview questions are written, are they going to be doing a whole lot of analysis that will lead them to the same conclusions that we're coming to, which would be great.
Well, and we've got a lot of information we can share with them, but I think it's interesting to go to those questions, because they do, I mean, to me, some of them I found kind of surprising, especially when they asked, the binary things of investing in single use, well, not that one, new facility or current facilities, because our answer is yes. Yes, exactly. And, yeah, and incremental investments or major investment, whatever makes most sense. Like, I think
Yes.
that some of them are weird.
Yeah, the fourth
But
answer.
yes, I think in particular where our answer to one of them is, oh, yes, we've got immediate needs that can be at least partly addressed by addressing issues here at Ellie Shore. And we have longer term needs that have more to do with Craigleith. I mean, we immediate needs of Craigleith, but probably
Yeah.
now that it's wrapped up in MRFA, it's not gonna get answered for a while.
Yeah.
So.
But no, and it's also the intensification here, because when we
You're
look at
right,
that,
yeah.
it's scary,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, so one of the questions. Can we go on, we haven't finished with this, I don't think.
No,
But
no.
go on maybe to the Mercer questions, that might
Yes.
answer how we want to position this with
Yeah,
council.
yeah, sorry, just because I don't want to forget, and we can, the other the other thing to talk about is just, as opposed to presentation council, is that we do the same as we did before, which was a joint meeting. So in terms of the structure, so we're not trying to fit into an existing
10 minutes.
committee as a whole or 10 minutes, because it's,
A joint board meeting,
it is a joint meeting.
I would hope so, that's what I would
I think
recommend.
that's the format, 'cause so I was looking at your dates and thinking that, yeah, I mean, a 10-minute presentation, I don't believe that's gonna be beneficial for anybody, because then regardless of if we are able to get to each counselor, there will be other questions, and again, it's kind of a collaboration opportunity, so. Just, sorry, I don't wanna forget that question, if we're in agreement that we should be doing that, sorry, what's it called again?
Joint board meeting, I would recommend that, or joint committee meeting, whatever it's called, yeah, because it was
a joint
a
council,
council board
Board
meeting,
meeting,
yeah.
which gave us,
All
Lots of
afternoon
time.
or whatever you needed, yeah, I think that's the best way to do it.
So
Rather
for
than-
any of these options when we're talking about space. I've not heard the word raised or anything discussed about pushing out on the wall here and taking up.
Well, that's what we saw, like, so what we had envisioned happening is, and whether it's.
Our perfect world.
In our perfect world, we would go in and we would say, here's the library, look at these great results we got, look what we're doing in terms of value. Here's what we could be doing, but we can't because we have space limitations, and we wanted someone then to come in as a consultant and look at what do you need to get to your next 5 years? And then the feasibility study would look longer term, 5 to 10 years, but what can you do? How much can you spend in the next 5 years to be able to increase your return, your social return on investment? That's what we were hoping. So we were hoping just in council is just to get approval to be able to go and hire somebody to give us some options. And the option may be just push these walls out, or it may be just utilize your space better, and here's how you do it. Or it could be just do renovations for ADO and ADOA and then utilize the space, but we didn't feel we were qualified to make those
Right,
recommendations, and it's always better to have the experts come in.
Have you ever seen the plans or no? Have you seen the plans? You guys remember that, no? There's already been plans made for expansion of this building,
No.
Class D plans or something like
I
that.
didn't get that far.
This is going back,
I gave you all my
Yeah.
files on that.
yeah. I think this is another discussion, but that was already, so there's no point in duplicating work that's already been done, in my opinion.
But we would need someone to, there's two
Update the
stages,
meeting.
one is, okay, there was a whole list in 2018 of physical work, building.
Yeah.
Building assessment work that needs to be done, and we need to say that has been done, it hasn't, it hasn't been done, and it was immediate then, now it's critical. You know, we sort of identify those, and to your point, and then, okay, yeah, if that's been done, then you say, that's part of the input that says.
Yeah.
Okay, does this make sense still?
Cause that's what that next lot was purchased for.
And this study is perfect, like, I don't know if this was redone in 2022, but it really gets into, if we had more space, we could reach out and get youth happening. If we had more space of this, we could do like, it's a really good detailed report.
But I think, let's go to because we have a consultant actually going to be interviewing us. So this could be a win-win.
But you guys haven't been interviewed yet?
Maybe that's what we should.
And that's where we're going to that agenda.
Okay.
at the last board meeting, the board chose to have one voice, not do individual interviews and just a
Oh.
focus group.
Okay,
So the questions are going to be very similar to what you were asked.
do you wanna know how mine went?
We're an advocate. for
Hold
libraries.
that for later.
I don't think we need to go through the.
It was
appendix.
funny, it was actually pretty
Can
funny.
I just ask one
Yes.
question too, and maybe this is for Counselor McKinley. Do you think it would be worth reminding council? So it's like reminding them, we already have the land. We already have
The plans,
the plans. We have all of this new data, a new study, 2 new studies,
and $3.5 million in
I was
development
gonna say,
charges.
development
Yeah.
charges.
Yeah.
So it's like, I almost wonder if it's, look at, like, this is our case, look at what we already have. This is all that really needs to be done, like, what do they actually need to decide on? Is it just,
That's the key.
yes, we're going to do an expansion, but we need, maybe it's a consultant to do a new layout and cost, and I don't know, like, we've already done all of the groundwork, it
Yeah, I
feels
think
like.
that's what we were grappling with, is what is it we need to ask council in order to move the nugget forward for LE Shore? Again, this is why we're sort of back to this, is for this building, because, yeah, because of the immediate, in the 5 years, so that's what we were trying to struggle with is.
Because
Love how you just said that, is like, okay, we have all the information, you're gonna share the information, we have a plan, we even have a plan, and we have
Even
dollars
money.
aside.
In my mind,
That we were like.
best opportunity is this consultant that we're gonna be meeting. If they come back and say, oh, look, they already have all this, this and this, we, you know, like, I don't think council's gonna wanna act on without seeing something from this consultant, right? So to me, I
Here's-
think this is our big opportunity.
And here's the thing, right, if I may, is that last year or a year and a half, or whatever, however long, it feels like an eternity ago, but they already said no to expansion to Craigleith. They're not gonna be here whenever Craigleith is built up and has people complaining that there aren't library services there. They won't be here, right? They're not thinking about that. They don't wanna spend the money, they don't wanna try, they didn't even try. I'm sorry to say, but it felt that way. So the answer was no. So I think, to your point, is build the case. We've got the land, we've got the current building, we need to meet AODA standards for the washrooms. We have money sitting there, this is what we would like to do, right? Maybe the plans need to be up, as you said, right? They need to be updated for costing, they need to be updated but updating for costing and things like that can be done in-house too, through our facilities fill. Right? There's a whole lot of things that we can do still in-house, in partnership with the town as it is, that won't cost exorbitant amounts of money with consultants,
And
just
a
saying.
big selling fee, or not fee, big selling point for LE Shore expansion is there's not going to be staffing costs.
Yeah. Associated with expansion.
Technically.
Hmm,
Right away, like for instance, if you build a whole new building,
That's
you need
additional operation
so
costs,
many
yeah.
different staff, right? So pending what the expansion is, like if you're not on 2 floors, if it's, you know, I mean, I don't know if it would include a makerspace or what was actually included, but the staffing costs, maybe I should rephrase, would be less
mhm.
significantly than proposing a short-term solution for a new build
And that was
and,
one of the issues raised when we did our last presentation, was the operating cost.
right,
So
And-
that.
and They clouded it and got it all mired with, well, what could it be? Well, we can't tell you what it's gonna be if we don't know how big and it just became this quagmire of, well, but we wanna know how much it'll cost. We can't tell you how much it's gonna cost, cause you haven't told us what we're allowed to do, right? So to your point, right? And that's where you can keep a lot of things in-house, keep it in the family, if you will. Facilities Phil has the capabilities for Class D assessments on that,
Right.
go, whatever, whatever it is, maybe a 2-story building, right? That offers office space, that frees up space, I don't know, whatever.
But the AODA plan
That's the
really
bigger
helps,
thing.
because I mean,
It
it talks
does.
about.
Yeah.
More access than just the washing.
Now,
Like,
and if I
that's
may
good.
too, the plan that was done was also, I think it suggested that the building be expanded that way to the parking lot, and that this be the parking lot for the library. Not necessarily go into the green, but because there used to be a house there. Nice little old lady used to live there, she did lots of bird watching and wrote newspaper articles and things like that. I forgot her name, but, anyway, so her house is gone, it's an empty lot, that was either for expansion. It's already there, anyway.
So I'd like to suggest that we go on to the MRFA questions, because I think one of the struggles that we're facing is we have kind of 2 paths that we're now looking at pursuing, and I want to make sure we know exactly how we're gonna do that.
Mhm.
So here's the first question. Let's start with the big picture. How important do you think recreational and library facilities are to residents in your community, and why? So what information, maybe we should identify some reports and things that we can give them.
Do we have a date for the focus group?
that's something else we'll have to pick today.
Oh, okay.
Why were you asking that?
Well, just, I'm like, is this next week? Like, did I miss
Right.
something?
No.
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 Okay.
Do we need a separate meeting to deal with these
Probably.
questions? Or do we try and push them through now? I thought we could start a little bit and then we can maybe go rule
Yeah,
by.
okay.
We're not getting through this today.
Yeah, just as a framework question is, are we answering this as it relates to both recreational and library? Or as the library board, are we only focused on library services? Which I know library services include recreation, but I mean, are we gonna answer if we think that we need a speed skating rink?
I think that-
Yeah,
So that is your individual answer.
Yes, yeah,
I think
yeah.
that, like.
So again, just for perspective on this, so we're good, it's all just library?
Yeah.
As it relates to what we know in library.
So they sent these to us
Yes,
in advance and we're gonna pick a date and we
Yeah.
wanna be prepared for that date. But we assume it's going to be this summer?
I would recommend it happens.
Soon.
Soon.
Yeah.
The community survey will launch. We'll have another meeting, I think, to finalize, but I think we were looking at August 12th for that. It doesn't have to happen before, but I think we should get it.
So.
Yeah.
as
Done
you
before the end of
indicated,
August.
Sean, you indicated you already had the interview with this.
Yes.
So did you feel they were really listening to what you were saying, or is this just,
Well, yeah, yeah, so as a little bit of context is that when they came before council, I guess I made an impression with them because I didn't pull any punches and I made it I guess it was pretty obvious how unsatisfied I was with the direction that they were starting off
okay,
with inaccurate timelines and a whole bunch of things where they
Okay.
were, there's a lot of, but it was, yeah, it didn't go, I kind of gave them both barrels and then they, so I made an impression anyway, so, I acknowledged that with them right off the hop, I said, like, no, it's nothing personal, it's just, you came before us with nothing, really. But anyway, so they said, or the one consultant said, I did some research on you. I said, oh, great, right. And she said, that you're the 5th generation here. I said, yeah, that's right. And then she said that ugly, awful word. She said to me, and I see that you're the first millennial to be elected to this. I said, don't you ever call me that word again. I said, I do not identify as a millennial. Oh, sorry. But we had a great conversation and that's where I championed the library. I championed, the need for enhancement and expansion. And I touched on with them specifically about the needs that are coming for Craigleith.
okay.
So I didn't let that go. And then we were able to skip a bunch of the questions because I just let off with that. So my interview or my whatever was pretty brief. I think I only about 25 minutes. But yeah, that's where I went with that. I focused on the need for expanding the current facility and the expansion to Craigleith, whatever it may entail.
So out of curiosity, did you separate Collingwood versus the libraries?
Oh, 100%. I said, they first and foremost acknowledged that this is a first for them too. They have never done a like a joint feasibility study. They've never done that before. It's never, usually municipalities, we just compete with each other or we compete for ourselves. So for us to come into it together, having completely, or most likely, I would assume different needs, but all the same, I made it my point that I don't think that the library should be incorporated with a pool. I don't think they go together. I don't see.
There are examples in
There are
community,
some examples. I know that at the end of the day, the taxpayers aren't gonna wanna delge out 90 or $100 million to pay for a pool. Along with a library that might be included. I have a pretty good indication from.
You're
people.
against the pool.
I'm not against the pool, I'm all for championing the, the utilization of what's already in this town. There already are 3 pools in this municipality. They're probably privately owned, but they're open to the public. You've got the harbor resort. You can get a little membership and swim there. Lemonade Collective right over here on this back street. You can get a little membership and swim there. Or you can always go to the plunge at the mountain and swim there. with everybody. So what do we need one big pool for if there are three in the community already? Right?
Mhm.
That's my perspective on it, okay? But I did not let go that we need to look at expansion to the Craighead area, whatever that entails, whether it's a kiosk, a booth, I don't know, whatever.
So your advice, based on your experience with this interviewer for us,
Mhm.
how should we prepare besides looking at the content of the questions? Is there anything?
Well, they don't do any, they don't spring anything on you, there's no aha or gotcha moments, they're there to listen, they're totally there to listen and.
Okay, so
to-
just look at the content then.
Yeah, they're there to listen and take in what you have to say, that was just my example of how my interview went with them. You know, and we were able to move on from them calling me a millennial.
I like your idea, Lori, to start with the questions and how we would answer them, because I think if we have half an hour, we should have a presentation ready for them.
So my question for number one is, do we have, any reports that we already have, easy enough to hand them over and say, this is why we think the facilities are important? So we have some, lots of usage data and stuff.
Yeah, the community engagement surveys, I'm pretty sure, I feel like I've read too much, but I'm pretty sure we have questions about preference for the library or somewhere there.
We have a ton of data that we've shared with them.
Yeah, so I think what we
We have
have to
already?
do is,
Yes.
if these are
Okay.
the questions they're asking, I mean, you can either just say, look at the information. Or back to the, if this is what they're asking, let's pull out the information and say, well, here in this report, it shows that, you know, I mean, I just wrote down, you know, we over-index for cardholders compared to other. Other communities, in terms of, you know, literally over 50% of the population has a card. And we over-index for visitors
that's
versus
good.
other communities.
Yeah,
So those are two key points, but I also know we have the verbatim, to your point, one of the surveys that actual.
yeah, my advice would be to focus on. What are, you know, they're going to be overwhelmed by the information that they have. So what are the key things in all of those documents that we just need to make sure
Yeah.
we're consistently communicating so that it sticks?
So just what she said then, the cards, the percentage of people who have a card and, was it visits?
And visits.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that we have that versus other. We can look at program attendance, actually, if we want to do sort of a percentage or a comparison.
And if we have, anything summarized on the vault too, if we have like, you know, the 6 slides that show the,
Importance of the library.
yeah,
I would say number 2, that whole space study that was redone in 2022 would be perfect for that.
wait, are we on question 2? Okay. Was,
Mhm.
Because the answer to question 2 would be no.
Well, and part of, I mean, I don't really know how much I should speak to this because this is really the board's
no,
focus group. But again, I guess my advice would be even for question 1. Really emphasizing the fact that public library services are free.
Hmm.
And that, I think that speaks to the importance alone. Like, this is a service this is the only service that you don't have to pay for.
Mm-hmm.
And we do provide recreation services, so, you know, even if you had a YMCA. Yes, the YMCA delivers great services to the community, but it's not free.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's available to every resident in our community, should they wish to.
And visitors,
Sure.
And we also have the gallery and museum.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I do, looking back, like I have advocated a little bit. With the consultants during our project team conversations or even the one-on-one interview I had. Essentially to explain the difference between library services in the Blue Mountains and Collingwood. But that could be emphasized even more by really talking about the gallery and museum, because that makes us very different.
Mhm.
And those are two,
Mm-hmm.
like the gallery just provides alone so much value.
Mm-hmm.
So does the museum, but, I think that could be emphasized more. Yeah,
Well, we have space issues we mentioned, there's also like no service in Craigleith.
So that's under question 2, so the unmet needs are Craigleith, youth,
Yeah,
space, seniors program.
technologically connected space, in fact, what is it's in the gap analysis.
Yeah,
it was
Yeah,
coming.
That's
Bring it
study
up.
2022 is, it just addresses every single thing
Yeah.
we want to show. I don't think we could add anything more to that for number 2.
When you say
Okay.
the study from 2010, are you referring to the gap
The gap
analysis?
Yeah.
Maybe updated, yeah.
It was updated in 2022.
Okay.
It's a great study, because it identifies all these opportunities. If we'd had, if we had more space, we could reach out and do more with youth. If we had, it's a great study.
Okay,
I think it should be on our board orientation.
It's on the folder that had old files. Yeah, that one. It's great.
Mhm.
And that's the one you were gonna update again, right?
Oh, yeah?
And that's when in the project charter, I referenced that. As, what is gap analysis update to it, because I think that's a base piece.
Okay,
alright,
So is that what should be given to the consultant?
Yeah. I think we should do it.
they already have that.
Do they?
Okay.
We might
Yeah.
not want kiosks.
Well, and I can, when I am updating it, the information in the accessibility feasibility study will be kind of incorporated, because there is a section on accessibility.
so we should make a note that the accessibility. In that document is like, there's more needs
Yes.
now.
Yes, yeah, the
More.
report that came back is a good report as well.
Yeah. Well, and we, so what I shared, like, it hasn't come to the board in a regular meeting, but it is on SharePoint. That's sort of just the raw data. We are getting an official report as well, so I can always also invite the consultant to do a presentation to the board as well.
Yeah.
That was just sort of the initial findings, and then the presentation slides were a very high level presentation the consultant did with Phil and I.
Okay. Are we moving on to question 3?
Yeah,
I think that's where we can, especially when we update the numbers and the projections, that chart where we showed, if we just hold all of our statistics, the ratios the same, and as the community grows, this is what's gonna happen. I mean, we did a lot of work to get there, as long as it's still showing more growth in the community, I
Well,
think.
yeah, our projections still hold, because. Yeah.
Well, they do,
Or-
but
Yeah.
I'd still
Yeah.
feel more comfortable, I had current data to look at,
Oh,
but,
I can agree.
yeah. But I mean, I think we don't need to reinvent that. We've got a good format. We know, yeah.
Yeah. I think the other, and I really like what you're just saying, Jen, is, it's through, what changes do you anticipate, and libraries will evolve. I think, there will always be a continued need for free services and accessible, services that are accessible to all.
Yeah.
And I think we need to continue to repeat that, because there is a tendency to go, well, people can rent drinks and they can do this, and, that's a really, really, thank you, very important point.
And so this, would it be embedded in the gap analysis, or do we need to pull some of the stuff from the 21st Century Library report that we, when we went to council, we had that report that had come out
Oh,
that
the
showed.
overview?
Oh.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
case
I think
for-
that-
Oh, I didn't include, yeah, that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, cause that's where
I can
libraries
share
are
it.
way more than books.
Mhm.
And all of the the post-COVID recovery, yes.
Yeah, no, that's an
Overdue,
excellent,
right? The one
yeah.
Overdue, the case for
Yeah.
Kansas Public Libraries. So.
Yeah, overdue, okay.
What is it, what would you case for?
The case for Kansas Public Library, we can put it here. Yeah.
Thank you, and I don't Actually, I'll ask Ashley if she thought to share that. They might have it, but I didn't share it with them.
But we even, yeah, so if they have it, we need to reinforce it.
Yeah,
If they don't have it, we need to tell them, you know. What was that quote that I put in the beginning of that
Oh,
slide?
that's great, and this, I was just literally thinking about that,
I had
it's
some-
about,
and this
if
is
you don't
mine.
know, the only thing you
The
need to know
only-
about a town is where your library is, which is actually
isn't
feeds
it?
right
is
into
it
the fact that
Einstein?
with a huge growing community, and you're gonna have new homes and new
Yeah.
families, people not knowing like, what do I do here, where do I go, it's, you know, that's.
Who was it? I wanna say,
I think it was Einstein.
Leonard Cohen.
No, it was more like Einstein or something, yeah.
Einstein.
Einstein, like-
There is a welcome package that new people
Yeah.
can get that lists the library and,
Yeah,
Yeah,
and all of the services around.
again, it just speaks to,
yeah,
a growing community with so many new people. Where do you start? And the library can provide that grounding point. Yeah, and you're right.
The new residents welcome package or something it's called. Can't remember now. I'm supposed to help update that. and
I
I'm
just updated
having
ours.
a moment.
So that's supposed to be
Page
for
on it.
everybody that buys the house here?
Anybody that, new residents, anybody that comes here, anybody that's new to the area, they're available. There's some here
I know.
Yeah, there are.
and we're updating them. So, yeah.
So if you're,
Okay.
So like,
So,
we've got copies. of
okay,
it.
question four.
yeah.
I noticed that the, employment references recreational facilities and library got dropped there, which is kind of maybe just a,
was that maybe,
I don't think it was, yeah, I don't think it was intentional.
okay, so we, because I'm crossing out recreation in each case that we're focusing on library facilities. And, as I said, I don't think we can choose.
I was just gonna say, I mean, I'm certainly challenged with any open survey that has a closed, you know, you have to choose one as opposed to. Because we're not in the situation where it's like, you only have $1, where are you gonna spend it? This is not the purpose of this question, so. Back to, I think what we, in this context, need to talk about is that we have a current and a future.
That's why I said expansion and enhancement, but they didn't share these questions with us in the first place. We just got
Yeah.
interviewed.
The only reason we have these is because the board requested that I ask for them.
oh,
And we have someone on the committee.
Well, yes, and I would have, yes,
yes.
But we want to say when we do respond to that question is that, yeah, we do have, we see a need for 2 facilities. The one we already have with, expansion and some treatment around
Yeah.
particular areas. And also in our growing area, which is Craiglee.
Yeah.
So their answer is both.
Yeah.
And then it says if a multi-use were to be built, what uses would you imagine being in this facility? We would see a library service if it's in Craiglee.
Yeah,
That's what I
right?
said.
Yeah, so it depends on location. If location is Craiglee, then,
so if you're
Yeah.
talking 2 facilities, the second facility could be in whatever the multi-use
mhm,
building
we're
is.
gonna put that in. I mean, if they stick it out that way, I think, I'm not sure. I think we're the catchment. That's our
Okay,
catchment
so
area for
that's-
this location, Craiglee.
So where they're locating it, so, okay, first of all, they decide whether they need one, and then if they do decide, are they going to put options on where to locate it as well, or is it just gonna be Craigleaf area, or?
if they're in the final report, if there are suggestions for locations, it'll be like very high level.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are they looking at west at all?
It's really just what facilities, what's needed, and I think that's a whole big other question. Then will be where is the best place, and it's involves so much of the town and staff to figure out like, what land do we have, what don't we?
So if you look at
that's
the-
Such a second.
That intensification study that they did for the official plan, the majority of growth is happening around Craigleaf.
And that's what,
Well, I think the goal, sorry, I wanna clarify, yes, but I think it's also a desire to keep major services in mind where major services are, so.
Yes,
In that,
yeah.
instead of having to.
Yeah.
Build another fire hall somewhere, it's like, let's build around where, where our fire
Well,
halls are.
even
et
the
cetera.
water infrastructure, et cetera. I mean, isn't there a big debate going on now around Peel and, up in that area, Florida Bay.
I can, yeah, answer that, but we can wait till later. I can answer all of that, both of those parts.
Maybe later.
Okay.
What we learned is talking about location becomes a little distracting.
Yeah.
So I think we have to be careful about, so I just have a question about that though, as it relates, because I didn't see anywhere, and I was wondering though, or maybe I did, is there like a geography? So if we said and I don't know if it's a reflow or something that, within however many, like a mile of the library, at what point does your geography, or should you start talking about another building, because now people are traveling over 4 hours?
So as you define your catchment area.
Or, yeah, so, sorry, thank you, yes, so how, is there a way that we, again, it might not be formal, it might not, but I'm just thinking about why we said, the catchment for this main branch seems
This
to be here
radius.
to the Meaford
Yeah.
border and up to Ravenna. And we feel that though, once you're getting past Craigley, or into there, it's just that much too far for people, for it to be accessible. I don't know, I'm more thinking about how we can explain our thinking about library services and geography.
Is for municipalities that have more than one library, is there a formula that they use?
I think they're subject to amalgamations, that's why they have more than one library. Yeah.
There's also the whole discussion of what's a community, right?
Mm.
And the library spent a lot of time trying to define community. But I think in our case, we might just think about, the settlement areas, right? So we have Thornbury and Craigley is considered a settlement area. So that would give us sort of two key, way to focus it, and that fits with where we think Thornbury serves and Craigley would serve.
I like that.
So you're suggesting that if they do end up going forward at some point with a multi-use facility, it would have to be in the Craigley-ish area? Because Collingwood would, like, they're not gonna put it over by Lower Bay.
No, I think it's because that's the other settlement area, and that's the growth area, and there's no services there.
And it's closest to Collingwood, closer to Collingwood than we are.
I think that's one of the reasons they partnered with Collingwood as opposed to Meaford, but
Well, I focused on, sorry, Lori, but I focused on the fact that all that growth is gonna happen there relatively soon. And what I found a couple of years ago is that there's a lot of people that live over there on that line that don't realize that they live in the Townwood Mountains. They think they live in Collingwood. So then they go to the Collingwood Library and then they find out that they don't, they're not a resident.
Yeah.
So that's what I touched on with the consultants too, right? Is that
Oh,
they're so close to the line that they don't even know that they're on it or past it, or that they're going past it by continuing to Collingwood to go to library services.
There's
'Cause
even
a lot of
people in
do.
Grey Highlands that still think I'm the CEO of the Collingwood Library, or they think this is part of Collingwood.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people would. Yeah, so when we look at 5, I'm just thinking about that settlement area as it relates to library services, and we're responding just for their perspective, is as it relates to library services, we believe that the Craigley area needs, it has the highest need as a settlement area. Should have a second branch there would be best, and in that situation, they would need collections and services for all age groups, as well. I'm just trying to think of like the
But-
answer.
But you see, this is what I was saying, though, right? Expansion and enhancement, because there's already been plans done for expansion to the museum as well. That would be a complimentary library service. Like not necessarily having to buy land. We already own the land, right? There's opportunities that are already there. We just need to remind people that they're already there. There's already plans. There's already all these wheels in motion. We just need a yes, right?
I thought the Craigley, I thought there was no point in ever revisiting the expansion of the depot.
No, that
You
was,
can go down, right? But you can
can't go
up.
down, you can go out, right? Yeah, you can go up and out, but the thing was is that there was little point in furthering the discussion to that McPherson build. that seemed to be prevalent. That's what we were pitching for the last time.
Right.
Right, because there's, that little square that says community building. Right, nobody knows where the bigger focus is getting put into the new fire hall. And emergency services, which is very key to the area. I'm gonna stop
And the
talking,
problems are there's
Yeah,
too many options.
yeah,
and that's where I'm saying narrow in, right?
yeah. So if we focus back on the question,
Mhm.
as opposed to where, and just say, if it was built, what uses would you imagine? If we say, for library services, we would imagine in a multi-use facility, would we imagine mirroring LE Shore? Or would we imagine, would we, and it's okay if we say at that point, we would have to strategize about the role that the main library might play versus a branch. Or is there like a minimum, at minimum, we would need, and maybe we're not in the place to say right now.
No,
Well, have we not said that in the last fall? We looked at the municipal guidelines and the growth pattern and said we should be doing so many square feet.
The square foot, so we could talk about square footage, I think the services, maybe we can't speak to yet. Because
That might be
that
enough.
would be a much bigger, honestly, that would be a strategy question about having, once you go from having one branch to two, what does that mean, or three, that's, I don't know.
Well, in library land, they would call it, what's the service model?
Thank you,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, do we have a main branch and a smaller branch? Do we have two, quote, main branches, I think with the growth? In Craigleith, we're probably looking at, quote, two main branches.
It might be, no, you're right. It might be an opportunity too, to refer back to what we heard from Craigleith during the strategic plan,
Mm.
because I imagine, like, what we're collecting different information this time around with the MRFA. But when it comes specific to library services, would things have really changed that much? At this point, probably not. Like, we already have the data.
where is that? In
If
what
it's not on
report?
SharePoint, pardon me,
In what report is that?
this would have been, I don't know what format it came to the board. Do you remember?
Nope.
Okay, so I need to look into what information you will need for the focus group.
I
Yeah,
think so, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I think we've
But we
got a
didn't
few
have that
points
specific
that,
information about that.
Mhm.
and things, but if there's stuff that we don't know about.
Oh, I've forgotten about it.
Can't keep track of.
Yeah.
And so our answer to 4 is we can't comment.
Enhance and expand.
Yeah,
I think
we
that's-
just put our own option in there.
Enhance and expand,
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
what
that.
does that mean?
Enhance this building, expand down there.
Oh, okay. Let's, okay, enhance and expand.
Bigger plan of words is through the enhancement of this building, we'd be expanding. Or through the expansion of this building, we'd be enhancing the products.
We need both. We need this, we need one out there.
Take it as you will. That's just what I came up with when we're having.
Yeah, okay.
So question number 6. This is where, in terms of library service, it would get very complex to try and do a joint facility if we had a fund library serving both communities. So I think our answer there is
It's
no.
not possible. No.
We would like to see that both communities have their own facility for libraries.
Mhm.
I threw them for a loop and said, I'll wait to hear what you report back with.
Well, wait a minute, why would we say that? Isn't that the answer is, I mean, the money aspect and the political will are gonna be so important. That, so in a perfect world, maybe we'd prefer that each had their own. But if Collingwood comes back and said they're willing, which we don't really think they are, and council finds the money to do that, then of course we'd be supportive of a shared facility. It's not our preferred option.
That means everybody has to travel even further. Now we're talking.
No,
about
no,
Craigleith
no.
branch.
We're keeping here regardless,
In your model.
in my mind.
I think we would have to create a union library. which would require
Okay.
bylaws by, both councils to pass the decision to jointly fund and share facilities.
So that needs to come out then,
Mhm.
Yes.
that, so it's not just we don't want that, there's really good reasons why that would not, is ideal.
Mhm.
Well, and do you want me to pull that out of the Public Libraries Act? just to
Yes,
have
please,
it?
because Sabrina got really worked up about how impossible it would be, but I think as a new board member, I didn't really understand,
We need ammunition.
yeah.
The bylaw from both councils and the shared, well, full agreement on how you share the funding.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
We're doing two boards?
No, you have a joint board.
yeah, I think we just explained, they're
But you have
just,
a third E
this
CEO.
is, yeah, pulling the
I
act,
don't know.
here's, here's where the act says, this
No,
is
you
what we
don't
just,
want
it's just factual about it, so, if that was the case, then, it just, the legislative requirements might, might make it.
really overly
unfeasible,
complex,
that's all.
It would be an administrative challenge.
yes.
Are they unionized in Collingwood? Nope, that wouldn't be a problem then. But it'd be an amalgamation of
Mhm.
facilities.
But
And it would be a
I bet you
facility,
there's some
presumably with
people-
3 branches.
And staff, and look about all the stuff that happened here
Yeah,
before, right, when you tried to
There's
merge.
a lot of logistics.
That was just the museum.
No, that was, yeah,
I think
yeah.
we have to be factual about it. Here's what the
Okay.
library, act, and just to be really clear, because they're consultants and they're not library consultants, is here's what the act says, this is what's required.
And even
Legislative.
navigating a union library, that is not even within the scope of this project, but they should be aware.
That's what I
Yeah.
mean, is let's just.
The scope of this project is the fees.
So what do you
Yeah.
mean by a union library?
Let's look at the act separately. We can talk
Yeah,
about
like
it.
Lori kind of explained it, but it would be amalgamating essentially Blue Mountains and Collingwood Libraries.
Yes.
But there's a lot of technical stuff with how the funding works between.
Oh, I see what you mean by.
The
union library.
municipalities,
Okay, I was
but it would
thinking
be
like
one.
Union workers union, okay, my mind
No.
was
Yeah.
totally in a different area, okay, I see now what you mean, I know what you mean.
But I think it has to be,
Yeah, yeah.
that hurdle is not there. It has to be flushed out, because I bet you it's in the mind of some people.
I agree.
Go over like a lead balloon, I'm sure.
Mhm, one CAO, one CEO,
So again, it's not in their scope, but
No,
again, if they're saying feasibility, okay, if this is a feasible thing, but understand, if you're looking at the amount of effort. What's required, it may not be feasible.
I would just say, no, it's not feasible because of the administrative challenge under the Libraries Act.
Well, and also community will, remember when, all that is, this community pulled
And I think
together
that's what
and they were
Julia was
supporting
saying.
this library.
Yeah.
Hugely, they would be
Yeah.
very upset to lose it.
to
Well, they
amalgamate
wouldn't,
Collingwood.
they wouldn't lose it, but
Just, you'd be.
Some
Well, no,
take
they
it
have
that
all the
way.
railroads
All it would
somewhere
take
down the
is
line.
one unhappy staff member from one location.
A second branch somewhere, in a multi-use facility somewhere, if it was a shared branch.
I think we need to get,
This.
Yeah.
And we would need it combined. for
the
it.
short answer is no. All right, I think the short answer is no.
Okay. I just think we take our position and we say, no, it's not feasible, and
Yeah.
you're one.
Yes,
Number 7,
question 7.
I'm good with that.
Okay. So the question here is, what information, data, or insights will you be most interested in at the end of this process?
I said whatever you produce.
I would say identification of future needs.
Here's the library though.
Yeah.
I think we have to go back to the overdue report, like, I would like to see some acknowledgement of the potential future needs of the community that the libraries could meet, given our evolving, our changed role.
So an understanding of what we mean when we say 21st century library,
Mhm,
of which overdue is a good example,
mhm.
stuff.
So. I'm a resident and I get this survey
Mhm.
that is all about. A multi-use facility, recreation services, and they're gonna mention
Mm-hmm.
library.
Mhm.
Um. I don't know the exact question, but I feel like there's a really, really important that the questions about library services are very clear and not tied, like, if I got this survey, there's no way we could, we would have to say that we cannot extract library information from this. It's not valid, right? Because you're combining recreation and library and people look at it and they are different. Not that we don't provide recreation, but yeah, so I don't know the answer yet, but I think that, yes, we would love, there's additional insights that can be gathered. I think that we should think about there are specific questions, how you're asking about the library, and then further, are there more, specific to library services? When people are thinking about,
That was some of the feedback I gave
Yeah.
to the design of the survey. It's not finalized yet.
Yeah, because if the questions aren't clear or leading you to
Like number
expand
4.
on the library, then you're not gonna get that kind of info. And I know from past experience, having filled some of those reports out, they're not very easy to flash anything out.
Yeah,
yeah.
well, I don't wanna get too into it, but the one comment, and I had Mary also take a look, is we can't just say library services, like it has to be really spelled out, like what are the services that the library provides? Because if it's just library services, people aren't going to, they'll just skip over it. But yes, those conversations are happening at the project team level for sure.
Yeah, I was wondering about specific focus group questions or survey questions on libraries, and wondering if we should try to frame them. I guess that's what you said you're doing.
Yeah.
So I know the leisure activity study, you wouldn't know it involved libraries at all, almost.
No, I would never think of libraries in that context, actually.
No.
Everybody's
People do.
thinking of their bicycling, cycling, and rollerblading, and hiking outside.
For sure. So I'm struggling with how do we pull this together in order to present to the consultants?
Well, I think, I can take a crack on, question 1. If I meet with Jen to get the data updated and to have a few simple, slides, graphs on, our visits, how we measure ourselves, right? The services we offer, but you've already given them stuff?
Yeah, I don't even think, I don't think we need to prepare any document necessarily. It's just, thoughtful answers to the questions that they have.
But if we don't prepare something, we won't have speaking notes then.
Yeah. but
We might miss some of the thoughtfulness.
Mhm.
So you're thinking like a written response, whether it's PowerPoint, whatever it is. for each
Simple.
question?
Like, I think we've got the basics, but, let me go back to question 1.
Or is this a document for each of us to act as a support in terms of answering when they come?
Yeah.
As opposed to having a
Yeah.
PowerPoint up.
Mhm.
Right, but I mean, I would like to pull out the most current information on our cards per population. And assuming it's still up higher than others,
Still over.
at the 50% range. I think that shows how important libraries are. But that's not the only thing, because we keep saying over and over, it's not just about cards and books. So, just maybe a few other examples that we would have from the data.
And maybe pulling out the gap analysis and talking about the sort of areas where,
The
I
unmet
believe that
needs.
whole, that study, this separate 21st century libraries and sort of services you would provide and just,
Yeah,
giving them some.
I could put some speaking points together from number 2. And pull them out of the gap analysis.
Okay,
but that would be great.
okay.
And I'll do number 1, but I want to meet with you to go look at that data. And
That's
question,
1 and 3. In terms of the information.
Well, the growing,
So
yeah,
so the gap analysis would cover 2 to 3.
The whole overlap, yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll have the answer from the data and the gap analysis, yeah.
Yeah, so I can pull together some speaking points that would address 2 and 3 then.
but we also want to include the 21st century library stuff, right? Like what changes do you anticipate for how library needs will evolve?
Because the gap
That won't be in the
analysis,
gap
no,
analysis.
that's right, so I'll just stick to 2.
Yeah,
Which is what is our current need and how we're not meeting it. Which is what that question is asking.
I thought the gap analysis did talk about. Few, it's,
well, it
Other
might
types
have,
of
but that
services, I
new
think it does.
report. It wasn't done then, and it's probably a little more
oh, yeah,
future,
but the overdue,
yeah,
right, oh, okay,
for number 3.
so number 3 is overdue, the overdue.
Yeah, I would say using the gap analysis is looking more short term
Yeah,
stuff.
Okay, so I had talked more about general 21st century library services, but it might be a different document.
Yeah, like it says here, undersized washrooms, textured floors, multi-level spaces.
Yeah, there's actually support 21st century section talks about what's a bit different about.
It does, so I can pull some of that stuff out and. But I don't think that would be total speaking points for 3.
No, okay.
No.
And then
Only with
overdue.
Alex.
So if someone wants to take on 3, I can pull the stuff out of here and provide it to them.
Someone take on number 3?
I just see it coming out of the numbers, but
no, that's the overdue report.
report number 3 is the overdue report. Is that what you're saying? Sorry. Is that-
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, just.
How will
I totally
library
got
need,
lost.
well, there's
That's fine.
There's 2 questions in number 3.
Yeah.
And when we talk about how library needs will evolve in the future, it's more than just straight line growth. It's
Right, yeah.
some of the language, I think, from the overdue report.
You want me to attempt?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you can just Google overdue. It's very readable.
So I don't think 4 requires much research.
No,
We just don't like. it.
Yeah, 5, so I read that as being, you know, what uses do you see, library uses, I mean, just general library, 10,000 square feet. And then the sort of service model between the 2 buildings. I wasn't thinking about, you know, we would put teen services there, or we would do. I think those 2 are pretty straightforward. We don't need any prep for that. I think the same with number 6.
but it would be helpful if we had some,
Oh, we need the library act stuff.
yeah,
I think we need some speaking points for 6.
because the only one that will be in the meeting that really is an expert on that would be you.
Mhm. I can deal with that.
Okay.
And number 7,
Well, you're kind of addressing that with the survey itself. Maybe we, as we're pulling the information together, if your questions come up, it's like, oh, well, this, you know, and it might be in the conversation, that's like, okay, well, you're not sure about this answer that we're giving you, so put it in the survey. Or-
This one's tough too, because we've been constantly engaging the community for so many years that, I don't know, I almost
Mhm.
feel like it would just be interesting to have reassurance that it backs up everything we've already collected, or maybe it fills in information that we're missing. I just don't know specifically what that would be.
we just want to make sure that that the consultants raise libraries as part of this study, but you're kind of making sure that happens.
Well, maybe that is what we reinforce, and I can take a stab at that and work with you just about, so for example, if you're asking about library services, the questions should be approximately like this, right? So it's just a reinforcement of probably what you're doing, but, yeah.
So do we need to come together again once we have this stuff to put together, or do we end up putting something on the shared drive?
Depends when is the,
We need to pick a date. They said they're very flexible and will work with what works for the board. I imagine it'll be a hybrid meeting. I did say they could come if they want to see the facility, meet people in person, but
Yeah, they did say we conduct it virtually.
Well, I think it would be better in person.
oh, yeah, I do too.
Did they
Yeah,
do it in person with you? There was, no,
They came to council virtually, they met me virtually, I don't know where they're actually based out of or where these particular individuals are.
Me too.
yeah, but they're trying to probably save money, so
Yeah,
they
they're gonna
probably.
cut costs by being.
I can always ask.
Yeah.
And I have kind of extended the invitation but I did mention we do have the ability to do hybrid. Part of the engagement plan is there's a list of events that are already happening in the community. So the consultants are coming to specific events.
Oh,
It might be in both communities, so they have to kind of balance that too. I think the one for sure in both communities, because it's the same weekend, Saturday, Sunday is like the farmer's market. But then there's a couple of other events that were listed. And then I just recently submitted feedback to include at least one library specific event. But that plan hasn't been finalized, but will they come and see the community? Yes, it just might not be for the focus group.
if we know the dates that they're coming anyway, can we pick a date that's
yeah,
same day or the next day or something, so put up here?
Or it's a Sunday, I believe. I just don't know, I'll have to,
Oh, our farmers market's Sunday for sure.
yes. It's a Sunday in August, I think.
Would we maybe wanna just do it on the 22nd of August or the 15th of August, which would have been normally our board meeting, but we don't have a board meeting?
I'm not available.
Yeah,
I already did this interview with them anyway, so I don't think I could add much, but I'm not available in August.
would they roll their eyes at this, I used to be in the room with us?
No, they're nice, they're fine. We had a good discussion.
you millennial.
I was not born- I was not born in the 2000s. Thank you very much.
Where are we? Oh, is there a date in particular, or do we wanna put it out to them, what? But maybe the mix is that we be in person, they could be up on the screen. That might be acceptable.
Hmm.
That would be our second
I
choice.
think the ideal would be up in the.
That would be the ideal, if they say
Then we have to schedule it based when they're coming into town, I'm assuming.
that's what I'm saying. But then our fallback might be that, rather, we can all be together and they're up there, and then it's one or two of them up there as opposed to 10 of us are down on which is a nightmare to control, right? People talking at the same time, which happens a bit in this.
We're not very disciplined.
Yeah.
So is step one, Jen, seeing if they are prepared to come and meet with us in person, and if so, can we give them?
I asked them to provide me with dates,
Okay,
and then they came back and said, you give us a date. That was the last.
Okay. So let's look at some dates that work for us.
That's making the assumption it's virtual, I'm assuming.
Well, I
That
think
part
we-
was never confirmed.
We just say, if we say we prefer to be in person and they can say that's not possible, we'll do it virtually. So be it, but I kind of like your idea of the 15th, if we already.
I'm not available in the afternoon, but I would be in the morning.
We're not gonna like it.
And how long talking about? Half an hour, they suggested?
I would think,
But that's with one-on-one, right?
yeah, I would think an hour.
Yeah. Because we tend to
Focus
be
group.
available.
There's a lot of information we need them to understand from us. That's a
better way of saying it.
You know what, even if you've already given the report, I
Oh,
don't know
that's
if
so
you're
funny.
because they may not read it.
Right.
Exactly.
So sticking with Thursdays or you suggested we wanted to be meeting with them prior to the survey opening online or something, is that?
Yeah.
I think so, like, just. Because when I look at the timeline for engagement, like, if we can get all of the interviews and focus groups done, and then, okay, the last piece is. The survey, and then all the little engagement activities where you distribute the survey, I just feel like it makes things.
And sorry, when
Easier.
is that going out?
The to be determined date. Is, I think, August 12th.
The Monday.
Yeah, because I think our concern is, well, anyway.
So we
But-
have to,
It's not the biggest deal.
based on that, I mean, would Thursday, August 8th be an option for us?
No,
Works for me.
I have a county meeting in the
Then we
morning.
have to get all the speaking points done and.
I'm a busy guy.
Yeah.
I'm just not available in August.
So it doesn't matter what day you provide, suggest in August, Sean's already
Yeah.
done his piece, so I don't think we should work around that.
I could do the morning of the 8th.
Yeah, so can I.
So can I.
Could prefer the afternoon, but I could do.
Well, I have a meeting at, oh,
You too.
does it have to be the Thursday?
No,
What about the 7th?
I'm booked all day.
Wednesdays are hard in here too, because we've got tech appointments. And Wired Wednesday.
Friday would work, for me.
No, I have to go to my family, it's my family.
If
So
the
that-
15th is the best, that's not the biggest.
No, I.
The 15th isn't-
15th.
Isn't good for me.
In the afternoon anyways, morning's okay, 15.
Oh, no, actually, the 15th would work for me.
I could do the morning of the 15th.
I can do the morning of the 13th.
I would sacrifice my golf game again.
Okay, no matter what.
I golf
Yeah,
every Thursday
morning,
morning, so.
Okay.
Honestly,
But
I'd
you
like-
golf
If
early.
we had it at 11.
Escape room
11:30.
plan.
I got to be.
I'm excited for
I
that.
saw that movie once.
The boardroom. Is booked that morning until 10:30. But I could just at least reserve the space. What time are you thinking?
I have to be out of here, but I could. If I were out of here between 12 and 12:15, I could probably be okay. Maybe even 12:30,
Should we try for 10:30 to 11:30 and then
yeah, that means,
just keep rewarm?
yeah, 9:30. Okay, so we're kind of in some closure appointments,
That's August 15th.
yeah, that's similar for.
So what time are we picking for the morning?
10:30 to about
10:30.
15.
Okay.
I will sacrifice my golf game for that.
And I have to confirm obviously with them, but the space is reserved, should they say yes?
Okay. And we prefer in person. And if they say, oh, we can't do that, then I guess we have to. They can be virtual and you will be here.
Yeah.
Do you want me in the room for it? Okay.
So you're the secretary, aren't you? The
For the
board?
focus group?
No, the board
Oh.
secretary, aren't you like, you're a board member, you're just not a,
A non-voting member?
yeah.
Okay,
I have another meeting, but I don't need to be there.
and between now and then, and pulling our notes and stuff together, do we wanna, share what we're saying? I think so.
Yeah.
So can we set up a SharePoint file or something for
Yes,
folder, maybe, the Merca folder? And if you could plug into that Merca folder, even let us know what you've given them already, like if you've got a list of documents and stuff.
sure.
And then would we want to then try and get our points to everybody by a certain date?
Yes, so what date would work for people?
Well, I wanna update the data with Jen, so it can't be. Like,
What if we
maybe
did it
can-
on the 12th, which would be the Monday? before
Yeah.
The Thursday meeting.
I'm just gonna stop sharing my screen
So
for a
that's the
second.
deadline to have.
Forgot that my
material.
personal calendar is
yeah,
now on
the-
recording.
So I'll get speaking points for number 2 and 3 and fire out to everybody by the 12th, at the latest. And so will everybody else for the members meetings.
So speaking points to the MRFA SharePoint file folder, I guess, by August 12th. That work for you, Phil? Get your time? I don't get much more time to give you anyway.
Mine will be done before then.
Yeah, okay.
At the latest. I'm still at the latest.
I'll have all that info up there by tomorrow too. It won't take me long.
So do we need to get together again, or can we just do this online?
No, I think we do it like, rather than see, you know, if you have comments. we can-
Yeah.
So,
That works for me.
And they're guidance points, right?
Yeah. And then the other thing we need to, sort of who's gonna respond to each of the questions, but I think maybe that will just happen, that'll work.
Probably the people
Probably
that
that
crafted
we'll
the
take the-
speaking notes.
we'll take
because
the
they'll
shot
know
each
them
one,
well.
yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're done on, oh, did you have a update on the on MRFA for us? Cause that was an update and discussion, we've done the discussion bit.
I think the only update I really had was that this community survey will launch in August. And we're anticipating that it'll launch, I believe it was, August the 12th. But again, that's not finalized, but you can expect to see the survey in August. And the engagement plan should be finalized shortly too. We have I believe our next meeting is next week. We meet bi-weekly. But otherwise, that's really all I have to share.
Okay. Thank you, so then we need to go back to the SROI and figure what are the next steps there? So our discussion covered. The piece of paper's gone, do you have notes from what? Did
Did
you know?
we
what
want
it
to
was?
go to what our ask was?
Yes.
We were on the summary and then what our ask was, the last 2 slides. before we left
Right,
the
but we
agenda.
wanted to reframe the, each domain of the vault into, 3 areas, sort of like the dollar value, the major activities and things we do. Well, we'd still have the, what's under it, so that the however many of the sub things like library collection, meeting space, whatever. We'd include that, but then, to add some color commentary to it, like what do we do in this area? The benefits that we see. So that's what you had said, 3 areas, the dollars, the major activities we do, and the benefits from each. And I think we were gonna ask Jen to,
Get the data?
well, no, we have the data. The major things we do under each.
I can do that.
And I don't know at this point whether we need to. Like, is it premature to have an ask for council?
So
Like,
I'm wondering.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it is, because I think the MRFA starts to bleed into this, I mean, and we don't wanna be asking one thing and then find it, we're going off in a different direction. I'm wondering if, right now, we're trying to create we're presenting the vote, we've talked to them about this for a couple of years, let's deal with that. And then whatever questions they have, and not try to do any kind of ask.
Sal, yeah,
And then, in that case, could it be a deputation? We wouldn't need a joint meeting, but we may want to ask for a longer deputation time. How does one do that?
I kind of like that idea, then they don't have time to go at us about, how does that calculation? Well, maybe it should be 30, but, if we have a joint meeting, we can get ourselves into trouble if they start going down into the formulas.
Yeah, yeah.
Why don't we wait and see what comes out of the first draft of the feasibility study and then see if we wanna do a joint meeting with them on,
Is that Norfolk?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Do we,
Well,
but
then we
meantime,
do-
you wanna present the vote to
Yeah.
Kathy?
Was
Yeah,
there
we
a
do.
timeline to?
Well,
present?
spring,
Oh,
early in
Well, that,
24.
yes, but I mean, it's also recognizing that the group. I always get the Ontario Library, whatever, the
Oh, yeah,
actual template
OLS.
wasn't ready and, had to be refined, so I think that, really important too. It's not that we didn't have, we're
Right.
ready and able to get it, it's
Yeah.
like there were some tweaks that we did.
That's actually a really good idea, just to have it as a deputation and just show up, remind them of our value. Give consistent messages to the consultants. And then, yeah,
I would build on that and say, though, it is, in terms of focus of effort and communication, it's also reinforcing the immediate needs for Ellie Shore.
Yeah, I
Again, it
guess
is that, you sort of.
I think that's still something we should plug, is our space needs, and that we're looking at expansion, and we already have a whole bunch of the steps in place.
Yes.
Because
yes, that's
do we
the
not
point.
want that as our first step anyways?
Ellie Shore.
Steps coming when you.
yeah.
Or meeting our space needs? Is building on to this building.
I think we do have to build out of this building as well as building Craigley.
I know, I'm not disputing the Craigleith, but the Craigleith is still a big question mark because of the multi-use facility.
Correct.
So in the meantime, we're waiting for that answer. Should we not be pushing to say, can we get started on this expansion?
Yeah, I don't think there's, no time at the present on that.
Yeah, but realistically,
back
I
to
know how
Ron's
this
already.
works in like senior teams. They've got a consultant report coming in the next few months. Nobody in their right mind is gonna even wanna hear us until they see that. And I think our job one is to show these consultants how valuable we are and what our needs are. And then we hit them, after the MRFA report,
But
Quite frankly, not this group, but that group, they don't put much merit, or they disregard, I guess is the right word. They disregard leisure activities plans, they disregard traffic study, what was the traffic, there's a traffic study done, the active transportation plan, they disregard that, they disregard engineering standards, there's all kinds of plans and studies that have been done that they get disregarded anyways, so, do what you wanna do, I just think there's no point, there's no time like the president saying, we're updating you like we said we would, and this is what we're getting at.
We need the expansion and we have a plan and we have the
Yeah.
money.
We have a plan, we have money, we have a
We
spot.
started the first
Yeah.
hole in the ground, so
Yeah.
there we go.
see, the consultants are targeting this multi-use facility, right?
Yeah.
So that's a whole different question
It
mark,
is,
and I would just ignore that and focus on what we're going after for now.
Yeah.
We've already had 3 notes on that topic. They're going at that way, including once with the CAO firmly behind doing it.
But he
So-
backed off at that meeting and
I'm
also,
talking about the earlier one.
way earlier before my time.
Yeah, yes, yeah. So that would be my concern. Let's see, we don't need to make a decision today. I mean, we're gonna be discussing this again. Another meeting or two.
Why don't we sort of revisit it after we meet with the consultants?
Yes.
We might have a little better sense.
I think a little more context, yeah.
So should we try for the Volt presentation in the fall, like in September?
And separate them a bit.
Yeah,
I think it's important.
Cause you're still following up, you're
Yeah.
bringing what you said you were gonna bring,
Yeah.
and it's more
Yeah.
data, more information. I think it's a good
and
idea.
then at the end of our Volt presentation, we can just sort of remind them that we're still looking for
I think even though it's been through presentation, I think we have to keep harping it, because otherwise it's not important.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think we can make sure it comes through really clearly on this, but I'm not sure we want a specific ask to
Yeah,
present options to council, because they'll kind of,
Well, this was a very definitive slide. We don't
Yes.
want to be that definitive.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah, which is fair, that's why, that was the purpose of this
Yeah,
meeting
yeah,
today.
yeah.
Which direction we go.
I just have a question again for Councilor McKinley. From a budget perspective, for 2026, because of the way the budget works here, would it be the new council that's passing that budget?
Yeah.
Mm,
For the 2027 budget, you mean?
no, for 2026
2026 will be, so
will be this.
what we're gonna be doing right now will be, or coming in the new year, we'd be doing the 2025 budget and we'd still, wait a minute, you're right. No,
Next year.
we passed the 20, and then in January of 2026, we'd be doing the 2026 budget, and then it's in October of that year that the new. Would it be-
October of 2026?
Yeah,
Oh, I feel like I was a year ahead of
yeah,
myself.
no, you just made me
Okay.
rethink my thought there, but yeah. no.
Well,
What's
I
your
think we
question?
should keep that in mind, because if we are going to be asking for any sort of financial commitment,
It needs to happen now.
it needs to
Mhm.
happen before the next,
Oh, gosh,
Yeah.
yes.
cause then we have
It
to
just-
start at square one
It just
unless
gets
there's,
stalled, yeah.
yeah.
Because also too, right, that's, you know, I've been advocating for is that and so the library board in particular, right? So whenever council gets dissolved or goes lame duck, then all the boards and committees get disbanded, right? Until,
Except us.
Except us,
except
yeah.
for here. But there again, then there's like this carryover to the next group, right?
Mhm.
And there really, you know, there needs to be a better introduction to everybody and everything,
Transition.
right? And what I've been advocating too is that the other boards and committees should be allowed to continue or should continue in existence with the current members. Because then it's just a whole new group of people, council picking a whole group of people that they don't know for all these other things, and then they don't actually get up and going until somewhere almost like a year later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And it's like, because they have to do the process, which is put the call out, take in and on, and it's like, wow, no wonder it feels like you never get anything done.
Extended period, there would be benefits for sure.
Yeah, because at some point though, there is the names of the library board get put forward to the council to approve for, appointment. Even though you might continue, there's still
A process.
a process.
Yeah.
Right, anyway,
You reapply if you want to continue, yeah.
just one more question. When you were elected, was there ever, as part of the orientation, did council meet with the different either departments, yes, departments, so like, did the library have to do a presentation to the new like library CEO or?
We did an orientation for the.
we had an orientation, I remember, as the board members, we had an orientation to the library. You might have done a presentation to council, but I don't know if it might have been called an orientation, but I'm not really sure.
The CEO did, yes.
Yeah.
I do remember
Okay.
Sabrina did do a kind of a library 101.
Yeah.
The library to the council,
Yeah.
yes, she did.
But I don't
Okay.
recall what it was now.
Okay,
Mhm.
Sort of like, when you get started, it's like drinking from a
Oh,
fire
yeah.
hose, there's just so many things to take in.
yeah,
Everything passes very quickly, along with the online training and blah, 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 there's a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah. We now know, we have work to do on the SRI, so that will be on our next agenda. The project charter, I realized, I didn't at the time, that you'd actually drafted it, and I don't think the committee ever saw it before it came to here for approval, 'cause I'm the one who said it would come back here, so,
I did share it with the committee.
yes, yeah, I don't think you got any feedback before I said to you, put it on this
Well,
agenda.
no, because we weren't, yeah, and now I think. Yeah, it's so hard when we're not the masters of our own destiny, right?
Mhm. We don't need to deal with this today. I thought it was good. I think it covered all the topics. just as an example, I was wondering where the gap analysis fits in, but then it is listed under scope.
But
under-
did that cover the 5 things that were identified in the minutes that we wanted to?
I think it did
Yes,
ultimately,
yeah.
because under deliverables, we wanna do post-presentation summary and follow-up action plan. And on that action plan, I'm seeing one-to-one council meetings, I'm seeing council presentations, I'm seeing how to
Going the wrong
drive
way.
key stakeholders.
But I thought the purpose of this was so that we as a board could go back and say, these are the things that the board's responsible for. And these are the actions that we're gonna do towards that. And like, for example, if you use the one where are previous things, on identifying stakeholders and how we're gonna engage stakeholders. To me, I would see those would be different steps, and that might be a different charter.
Yeah, that's fair enough, I just, in my mind,
And maybe that's a better example.
the action plans, you mentioned about deliverables, and your post-presentation summary and follow-up action plan, I would see that. It's listed as one of your deliverables, and I would see in that action plan as, okay, how do we? We wanna make sure we take this out to the community, so one of the actions is gonna be developing the key stakeholder piece. I thought we were doing that in September, but that may be too early.
Okay, so the only one that we really doesn't really is the key influencers, because I see your point, the current space utilization expansion, the vote that that's covered in that, and the semi-annual meeting that would cover. So those are covered under this charter, but then, I just envisioned the key influencers sort of as a activity.
Oh,
We were gonna identify key influencers and meet with them and, or do you see that falling under this whole umbrella?
I see it falling in this umbrella because the main purpose of the key, I want to call them influencers, but now is building work.
Right, okay. Yeah, okay, I see that, yeah.
I think the only other comment I would say is if this is purely about our presentation to council. And we've just decided, and again, just based on the conversation, the project objectives of securing council's approval and funding for the expansion, I think we would just take that out, because we're not.
But isn't that a long-term goal?
Well. I'm asking the question because right now we've just said there is no ask in our presentation, and so if the presentation's purpose is to inform and set stage for such a thing, then that's fine. But, so I would see an objective, if it is an objective, then we would need to have an ask. In my mind, to say whether or not we've achieved this, have we achieved council's approval? Would be the answer to whether we've achieved the objective. And I'm just being specific here, if this charter, again, if we're not there, we're not gonna have an ask. I would probably just put a purpose, I would just put it as a statement in the longer term purpose to secure council support, but.
Or you could do to prepare presentations to council, first one could be.
yeah, we'd have to add in, because then we decide to separate.
Yeah.
So we're doing it's all related to the same project, but it's 2 presentations now. There's one for the Volt in the fall, and then the follow-up, which would probably have some sort of financial ask would be.
Yeah. Yeah, so I
The
think,
second.
so then the purpose of this charter is either outlining steps to get to council alignment and funding. Or it's just steps to get to the first
I think
presentation.
it should be the first.
Yeah, me too.
Fair enough.
Much more comprehensive charter than just the press. I don't think we really need it.
I don't think, I wouldn't do one for every presentation,
Yeah.
if that's, yeah.
So if the end goal of this charter is to get in front of council and the ask is to ask for funding or
To ultimately secure council's
Yeah.
approval and funding.
And then the
Okay,
scope is
ultimately.
still essentially the same.
So did we add ultimately or did we delete it?
No, so this charter is going to get us to, during the final presentation to council, to say, we need money.
Now, that might be 5 presentations from
It may be 5 presentations.
but it's just that.
So we're
that,
leaving
yeah,
it there, it's just that we know that's a longer term plan then.
Yeah,
Then the project end date of August 24th,
is probably premature.
I think.
Yeah.
Am I amending it though to include the Volt presentation as,
As
A separate-
Yeah.
So,
As a step, it would be a step.
okay,
because we're really showing our value.
There would be a deliverable.
And let's just say,
So did this all
And a
come
project
up
milestone.
last meeting?
Yes,
Yeah, that's all new to me.
The charter, yeah, the idea of doing a charter, because it's a very amorphous subject.
well, yeah, just so what was the word, the project, in our, the action plan against, you know, what we as a board have to deliver.
just gonna give Alessia an update.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Which is,
Well,
which is good, because that's what we're discussing now, is how far are we going?
Yes, amorphous is a word, having no definite form.
I knew it was a word.
I
So
didn't,
we all-
I just said it.
I wonder if maybe, looking at time.
Yeah.
There are also project milestones in here, I wonder if you guys want to look at this again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for our next meeting, we can hone in on exactly what we're trying to accomplish, because
Yeah.
hopefully it will be less amorphous
Yeah.
by then.
Yes,
Yes. Oh, yeah, I agree, yeah, absolutely, and that would be
The question we have is.
So Jen, did you want to do a little bit of an expansion on it, or?
I'll amend it and,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm just messaging Alessia. But I don't even know, if depending what time we get to that, we might not even need her to.
Okay, so there's no recommended motion. Now we're just taking that off. The. We have a verbal report next on the agenda, on the accessibility feasibility report.
Very quickly, and I feel like we already touched on it. I did receive some initial sort of raw data from the consultant. We are going to receive a full report at some point soon, hopefully. It was pretty extensive, which I was expecting, especially since we knew they were going beyond the AODA. It was the Rick Hansen standard. So the intention again was for the report to last the life cycle of this building. We talked at the previous meeting a little bit about wayfinding, which wasn't explicitly mentioned in what I've received so far. But essentially the recommendations went well above and beyond just the washrooms. I won't get into all of the details, but once we actually get a final report, I'll do an actual staff report to go with that, the board.
and will we be taking that to council?
I imagine that'll come from Phil. I don't know what his plans are. At this stage, though, whether the report will go to council or if it will just be used sort of as justification during the
When
budget
we-
process.
Oh,
Probably, background study, yeah, or, yeah. as a-
but we want to use it as impetus for why we
Yes.
need to, yeah,
Yeah, and we paid for it.
yeah.
It's a, I mean, the preliminary stuff is really good.
Pardon me?
The preliminary stuff he sent us is
Yes.
really good.
Very thorough.
Yeah.
And my only question about it was just about understanding the timing, because they have like the general short term versus long term, and I'm just wondering if for their report, if they can be specific about what time frame, what term do they actually mean?
Well, and what are the life cycle of the building, so what are you using as a life cycle of the building? Expect it to last maybe 20 years or, you know?
Right.
Yeah, right. What is the, what's the half-life of this building?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just understanding the specific timeline, and then the other thing I was just, there's AODA, and you absolutely have to have this done by a
By
certain
a certain-
period,
yeah.
and I think it'd be really important to have those called out, so that we know. And again, it's back to like, let's be real about what we can do and
Yeah.
and what the town is doing, but, you know,
And pulling out what we can do quickly without spending money.
True.
Cause there are a few like small things on there. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. It's the time.
Okay. There's, the next three items are yours, but I'll give you a minute to write.
So that motion, we don't,
We don't need that
No.
motion. Okay. Wasn't sure how far along we would get.
Moving to arts focus, please.
Hmm.
Um. Well, I guess I'll just do a little recap of the event. It went very well. We're still soliciting feedback from participants. So we do have a survey open. We've also surveyed participants in terms of the artists, the local businesses, that sort of thing too. We did meet with the Arts Council to do a debrief after. I think we're going to need another one, especially approaching budget conversations in the future of, okay, who's actually going to partner with us to plan the event. It took significant staff time to pull off, even though we did have a lot of amazing volunteers. But based on the data that we've been collecting, we definitely surpassed how many participants we had last year, which we were expecting. The first year is always the hardest. So we were building on that momentum. But we're thinking that we had minimum 1,000 participants this year. And that's not including the actual artists.
Oh, okay,
So that's
attendees.
attendees, yes,
okay,
attendees.
okay, Yeah.
It's a pretty hard number to
Pinpoint.
pinpoint, but minimum, and even just through some of the feedback from the vendors, you know, that was one of the questions that we asked in the survey around how many people did you engage with? That sort of thing. And it was a collaboration in a sense. The municipality did help both financially and, there was a staff member here, from the communications and community, or, economic development team with a tent participating again. But we did receive financial support for both advertising and purchasing insurance for the event, which was an unanticipated cost. So, that was great.
Roughly how much was that?
The event,
How much did they provide? It's okay if you don't have the answer, I was just curious.
at least $2,000 in advertising. I would say in the ballpark of $2,500 to $2,700. Not including staff time.
Right.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can go.
So you sent an email to the board about the possibility of a public thank you, a public,
Yes, sorry.
yeah, so I think that one.
That's why I send emails, because I forget about these things.
Yeah, and,
Yeah.
do you remember what you said or?
Yes, yes, I mean, I just, first of all, it was a fantastic event, it was, I mean, I didn't meet anybody, everybody I met was so blown away by, like, this is, you know, great for the town, whether they lived here, or they were visiting, et cetera. And I've heard from a number of businesses who were like, they were pretty sure that almost everybody was from out of town. So in terms of the, you know, the benefits in there, but more, I mean, to your point about the hours of staff time. So I was actually thinking, and that, yes, it was a collaboration with the town, but anybody that I said, that I explained, this was an initiation from the library, were like floored, absolutely floored, because especially if they didn't live here, it's like, my library would never do that.
Mhm.
And so I feel that it would be really great, first of all, to acknowledge the great work of the staff and to do it publicly, and whether we could get a little ad. So I'd love for the board to put a thank you to the staff, and it could be staff and community for all the participation, in the review. That was my proposal.
Yeah, I was thinking the review might be a good vehicle because a lot of people read it. And, but maybe something directly to the staff here by email or whatever thing you have, to complement the.
Yeah, good idea.
So each of the exhibitors got a really nice card. Because Frank got his, just not delivered it to me.
So that came from the town?
No, it came from the Arts Council.
Oh, nice,
From the Budget
okay.
Council. Yeah, it was really nice. So if we're gonna do something for staff, I think it would be good if we did something like touchable, doable.
Yeah.
They put on their desk or something, or burn or whatever they wanna do with it, but.
The, like, we have done our own sort of internally. Like, I just wanna reassure you, we have definitely recognized and thanked people from like just internally, but cards are nice.
Yeah, and I think coming from the board,
it definitely has more weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it just says we know that they did some extra work, and so it's recognized beyond the administration of the library.
You were suggesting something published, like in that
Yeah.
review,
In the
as
review.
opposed to an internal card, because, you know.
I think we do both.
I think the idea is now both, which I
Yeah.
agree to. I don't know, so is your first question about publishing something? Is that-
But yeah, I think
Okay,
that was your point, that was I think it has a sort of marketing side to it. You were
Yes.
saying thank you
Yeah.
to staff and being public about that, but we're also making it clear this is a library initiative, and that, you know, it was very well received.
So I would
In
think,
that case, we're not just thanking the staff, though, I think we're thanking all the
that's gonna be
participants.
my point.
So
yeah.
all the vendors who had put up their exhibits or whatever,
And all the people who donated their lawns.
yeah.
So I think the review should be a general thank you for the people who, put the artists who came in, who gave up their lawn, but I think a separate thank you to staff from the board.
Yeah.
Each individual staff member that was involved, I think would be a really nice gesture. And have it be a little card that we all sign, right?
Frank could create something.
You could create something.
No, Frank.
Oh.
It is the hardest.
You want my names?
Okay, so two separate things. So, all right, so again, that will require some money, because I'm not sure that I'm quite sure the review will require.
I
So,
could ask
I
for
don't
it
know.
if we want to create something.
I'll talk about the ad first, which I actually might need some graphic help. Are we in agreement for like a small, or should I figure out what the pricing is for a small?
We have it in our budget,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. To do that, and then in terms of, probably art direction, would you take that on? Do you want?
I can.
Okay, okay. 'Cause I'm not a copywriter. And then. You want to create the card? Cause I feel like.
Yeah, that's simple, we can do it.
Yeah.
It won't be
Well, no,
anything,
it's-
unless you wanna
bring it up,
ask.
which I feel like-
I will ask first to see if there's anything.
Ours will be very basic. Or we can buy.
I'll ask first and get back to you.
Okay.
I just think it'd be nice if it's something it's like that we do.
Yeah, I don't think that's me
graphic
fancy
stuff.
or.
No, no.
expensive.
Okay.
I don't think the staff should create their own stuff. Thank you.
No.
Just the template.
Otherwise, Ron's would be really good at doing it.
Yeah.
And then he'd give it to himself.
But for the review, you can just talk to Linda Weeks and, I can talk to her if you want.
I think Jennifer's gonna do that.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, but it is a thank you to the whole community,
Yeah.
but it is from the board, I think. Yes.
So I think we want to say, it's a thank you, to the community, arts and crafts people, volunteers and staff, for the arts walk. That we want to make it clear that it's from the library board
Yes.
for all the work that went into.
The 2024 Arts and
I
Crafts Walk.
also just wanna show you, like, this is what I did on social media. And actually, I was going to put it in. Oh no, that's not it. That's for the survey, sorry. I was going to put it in the newsletter too, but I also don't wanna duplicate. Or put too much of the same messaging out.
That's my concern with this, is the board doesn't need to act in separate from administration in terms of thanking everybody, and that's already done.
But I think it's a
Yeah.
board to individual staff, thank you.
I think that's a different question.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if we want to do a thank you to the staff,
It's soon, I know that this is it, so we. Have our picture here, and then we did like a whole.
Oh,
Meet the planning team, let us know how we did, tagged most of our partners that had social, so this has already gone out, this went out. Like right after the event, kind of, I should have had it out a bit.
But not everybody looks at that, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it was on, and the plan is to also put it into our newsletter. Which will go out in a couple days.
And then, so it would just be adding it to the review to make sure it's broadly received.
Yeah, I just wanna,
I think it would be different. I
yeah,
think it's different. I think this is
Okay.
what you're suggesting is that this is, you know, the library board would like to thank, you know, is pleased with the huge success of the art walk and thank staff and the Arts Council and all the participants in town. Is that what you're saying? Or you?
I'm saying not to do it at all,
Oh,
but
not to do
that's
it at all.
another
Oh,
option.
okay,
It's
okay.
a huge one, and that's what was.
I think it's been done, the only question is.
Yeah.
So then I'm gonna back up to what, sorry to cut you off, and it just triggered what you were just saying before, really is about like the marketing opportunity, I think. So
But
two choices,
Yeah.
it's tactical, but you could either just literally put money and boost that post, so it goes way beyond the initial followers. I mean, that's kind of an easier, just from an advertising and exposure perspective, I think.
so when you say boost that post, what do you mean?
So you actually put money behind, so you have a post, you put 50, 100, whatever, and you just basically, you can either target everybody in the area, you can just do a general, it'll just be seen by more people, so it becomes an ad, basically.
So it shows up on my Instagram, for
Yeah.
example,
Because right
because,
now, it's only people
I
that
live
actually go, well, you will follow the library, and you might see the post. If you go to the page, you'll see the post, but it doesn't, but if you actually put money behind it, then it forces it into other people's feeds, I guess is the better way to explain it.
Okay,
Yeah, so,
and that you say would cost,
I mean, that would be a decision, it can be about.
yeah, and I mean, even at like $100 is a lot, like you can reach a ton of people with not a ton of money, which is kind of nice. And when you pay for Facebook, it also, because it's now part of Instagram, you get both mediums.
So I have a question, was that thank you card also given to staff already by the arts?
By the Arts Council,
Because if the arts council's already thanked staff, then maybe it would be redundant.
so
if anything, we thanked them.
we, the staff, thank the council?
Yeah, like on behalf of the library.
why don't we wait until Christmas and write personalized notes of thanks for all of the things that we want to thank staff for the year? Like we could. I don't know, I'm not,
This reads like it came from the Arts and Crafts Council.
It is,
Arts and
it did.
Culture.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I did come from there too.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see it.
Okay, quick vote. So one is the suggestion that we don't take out a specific ad. Thanking, you know, as part of our marketing, in terms of the board action, so no ad. Specific ad in the review, thanking the town, so that's one. And the other question is then just. And the yes or no on a thank you to the staff from the board. Now, or Christmas.
Okay, with the first one, I suggest we just ask Jennifer to boost
Boost.
the online thing. And, for the second one, I would suggest simply that we have a board motion, to thank staff for the incredible effort they put
Yeah.
into making the arts and crafts walk.
yes,
happen.
Yeah.
that's great,
Yeah.
and you can bring it up at one of your staff meetings,
Someone Frank is need
yeah.
So may I have a mover and a seconder for,
No,
thank you, Sean, thank you, seconder, Julian, thank you, all in favor? Carrie, thank you. Simplifies a number of things. Okay. Then we have a cultural map verbal report.
Again, this is a very short update, but I am excited to say that the cultural map has officially launched. So if you go on our
Your
website,
website, it
there's
shows
a
up.
link directly at the top. you get this welcome message. And then if you actually click here,
But it's amazing.
it's pretty incredible, and this is, I really want to emphasize the fact that this is museum staff who have put the time and effort into identifying the sites and writing the content. Obviously, the town's GIS team has been incredible to help us make this possible, but the amount of staff time and effort that has gone into this has been significant.
There is a typo under Ravenna. Where? If you go to the Ravenna,
Oh, sorry. I'll just make a note.
now Gret Road too. It should be gray.
I'll let you know.
It's probably the only spelling error in the whole thing, we found it.
It is a great road, though. Or depending on the accent, you know, a great road, right? Yeah.
I think there's
Is that all you wanna do? Yeah. Okay, so,
quotes in those picture there.
so the next report
Yes,
is
there are.
the Climate Action Fund, Youth Climate Action Fund.
Again, very quick report, but I just wanted to update the board on the fact that I'm still actively participating in the project team for the Youth Climate Action Fund. We also have brought on one of our summer students, specifically on the selection committee, so that we have more of youth representation in the actual selection of how we distribute the funds. Since the last board meeting, our selection committee has met to review the initial round of applications, but we made the decision not to announce the funding until the end of the second round, so it's one big announcement. These are the people the projects that receive the money, that sort of thing. Whether or not that will change, I don't think so, but it's something that we discussed recently. We also there's been 2 workshops so far to help. One was, I believe it was hybrid. I wasn't a part of it, but it was a general information session and to help encourage and guide people through the application process. The second workshop took place last Thursday, so we were in Meaford at the curling club. And again, it was really just to help people navigate the application process and help strengthen their applications to the fund, so that was good. But at this point, we've received 3 applications for the first round, and we know that there are a couple of other organizations we're anticipating to apply for the second round of funding. So I think the next meeting is actually the 15th, which we just decided will be the focus group if it works for the consultants, but that's when we'll be evaluating the second round of applications, so I can always provide my feedback in advance.
That's such a good initiative, and well, that will show up in our vote next year, won't it, under civic duty, maybe?
Well, because it's not technically our project, I wouldn't report it as a library initiative.
Mm,
If anything, it's just been a really good example of working collaboratively with the town and acknowledging that the library has you know, a lot of connections to youth in the
Yeah.
community, to other organizations. We also champion environment sustainability. So it's just been a good kind of experience on that end. And then again, we pulled in a summer student who came to just work at the library and now has this incredible opportunity to work on this big project. And it's been interesting too, to just to see how other people host or do lead workshops and things and kind of pulling on each other's strengths, so. But yeah, it wouldn't be something that we would report on as an initiative.
but it's a 21st century library.
And I think it's something that you'll, in our year review, you know,
Yeah.
how we work closely
Right,
with the town,
right.
a
Yeah.
variety of things that, you
Yeah.
know, we have overlapping interests.
Right.
Yeah,
You done?
yes,
The next item was the CEO evaluation, so I looked at the form that we have used in previous years and updated it with the the language from the, current staff plan. And that you were all asking about the model we use, and if you're looking for certain things like the normally CEO would complete a form and it'll be reviewed by maybe the board, and then it'll come to the board and the discussion items. So this was the process that we've used in the past.
I liked it. I thought it was nice and simple.
Mhm.
So how did you change it? I didn't,
All I did was make sure that we had community hub, empowering services, organizational excellence.
oh, okay.
That was really it.
So I was just more for clarity on my point or perspective, because the first part, and I haven't
What
finished,
page
but
is
the
that?
first part is using the action plan. And then
23.
is the second part sort of anecdotal, or is is that chart where her action items would be listed and
I can tell you in the past, Sabrina did a couple of different things. One was, it was assumed that anything that was under CEO from the action plan was kind of here, but you didn't necessarily have to list them. Unless there was something you wanted to draw out, because we would assume it was complete.
Mhm.
Or if there was something that wasn't complete, then it would show up saying you didn't get that done. But there would be other aspects that might fall under community hubs that weren't captured in the action plan that you might want to highlight. So it would be a combination of those things. And then the key goals for the upcoming year, again, would obviously be whatever we end up creating the action plan. And then other things that you may want to identify, which, you know, we might pick up then for the action plan, right? Because they're gonna happen more or less at the same time, as a lot of this stuff kind of folds in together.
Okay.
And then there's a sort of page on personal development training plan that, you know, give Jen a chance to comment on what she'd like to do, and we've identified in the past that we'd, had the program, Apple, thank you, that's kind of blank, for her to engage in next year, next 2 years. So you guys okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have to do anything with this now, we could bring it back to another meeting, and we would just be at that point, appointing a committee to actually do the evaluation, so we can do that now, or we can come back to it. If we do it now, then at least we know who's doing it. In the past, it has been the chair and vice chair, and sometimes a third person. It hasn't always been the chair and vice chair. Sometimes it's a couple of other people. Or you want to talk about it later?
When's the timing of when it's
It
completed?
would come to the board in November.
I think
This is an annual.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think to be fair to Wendy, she might want to be involved, perhaps
should.
wait. Perhaps wait.
Okay,
Yeah, she was interested last year.
Yeah.
something like that.
so we need future agenda. CEO evaluation committee.
September, do you think?
That would be good, and it gives us 2 months before it has to come back to the board, yeah. And I thought I would also do, based on what you guys thought of this, is how would we handle the board? And I was kind of thinking again the same sort of things, what we say in terms of board evaluation, but again, focusing in on our objectives from the action plan, because that's really where we're spending our energy, I think that's appropriate. So I'll probably bring a kind of a form back to the September meeting over that. Okay. Then we are on to 3 reports under empowering services. Jen, that's you.
So this is just mostly an operational update, but it's also on our action plan. So I wanted to communicate this back to the board. We are relaunching the Community Builders webpage on Monday. We did choose to completely eliminate sort of any fee services, and instead we'll be redirecting people to the town's business directory if they're looking for a paid service. It's we're framing it as a pilot, because at this point, we we have all of the information and the process developed, but we don't yet have volunteers to sort of match people with. So the first stage is making the webpage public. Then we'll do obviously a pretty comprehensive marketing plan to get it out into the community. But ultimately, the success of this program is really just based on community interest and people who actually are passionate about sharing their skills with others. So I just wanted to clarify that we're definitely going to pilot it first and sort of monitor and see how things go. Our manager of community engagement will oversee the entire initiative. So anytime we ever use the term volunteer coordinator, it's very much falling under the umbrella of that manager position, because they manage our volunteer program. And because it's volunteer based, we've decided to put it under the volunteer section on our website as well. There were a couple of different areas where we debated putting it, but that's where we're going to launch it. So as of, I guess, Monday, you'll be able to actually see what the webpage looks like, but it's all ready to go.
Good for you.
And a
And
long time coming, so.
Yeah.
So my question on this, is where does it fall under the action plan?
It is ES 3.1. That's what I want, numbers on the,
I think
yeah,
I put it in there.
ES 3.1.
Yes.
That's OE.
Oh, yeah. Oh, perfect, okay. Why couldn't I find that when I looked at it? To save the question.
I spent a lot of time putting that plan.
It is there.
That's why I wanted the numbers here, so I spent less time checking.
I'm just curious, and I think it mentioned here, so if someone says, I'm looking for someone to teach me plumbing basics. They email the library and someone has signed up to say, I'm a plumber and I'd be happy to give like one-on-one services.
Yeah, and I
There's
think
no-
the way it's set up too is like we'll have. I'd have to look back. I almost want to grab Mary. We'll be, I think we're going to actually advertise what skills we're looking for
good.
too, based on what we're hearing from the community.
Oh, okay. And then if they want to get together, do they meet here in the library?
Ideally, yes. Like if people want to meet outside of the library, that's sort of outside of our scope and responsibility, but we will connect people in our space is the concept.
So what, just curious, actually, I'm not curious, I'm concerned, I've raised this before. What role does the library play in validating the skill capability or what's being offered? And how, or how do we,
It's like
How do
use
we
at
do
your
that?
own risk.
the library does not endorse any of these services, et
No.
cetera, okay.
No,
So if your pipe goes up after you've come to a
yeah,
plumbing,
yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
very much framed as use at your own risk.
So are those disclaimers on the website?
Yeah, it's included in some of the language, yeah.
And I just had another question about, so it's a pilot, which is great. Have you decided on what's a go or no go? Like, what would success look like for you guys to continue?
I think what we're gonna do is kind of touch base after 6 months and see how it's going and then kind of determine a path forward from there.
So
Yeah.
how it's going is based on utilization?
Interest, yeah. How many people are coming to us wanting to be connected with another person and how many people are willing to share their skills, because it's really based on both.
and do we have any veto power over if somebody says, I don't know, they wanna teach you how to do your own dental work or tarot card readings, or I don't know, something like,
Yeah,
yeah, so
Ultimately,
something really.
yeah,
flaky
it's at our
can't work.
discretion,
Yeah.
yes, and so on the webpage, there's categories.
Yeah,
With a description of what sort of falls under each. If there's something we're missing, that is something
yeah,
that we
of
can do,
course,
sure, we'll
yeah.
add it, but yeah,
if
it's,
it's really.
yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
You have to be licensed to be a dentist in Ontario.
Yes, you do.
let's move on to the next report.
Yeah, Regulated Health Professions Act.
Oh, well, this might take a second. I just have to ask Alessia to join us. I said 4:30, so that was pretty good.
I need to stand up.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. That's good stuff.
I will just let Alessia know.
And of course, my legs don't really, my feet don't really reach the floor to put any weight on them. 'cause
Hi,
they're too
Alessia.
short.
Oh.
And normally, yeah, I would be sitting cross-legged.
Can you hear
for
me?
meeting, but I don't have that flexibility back yet.
Oh.
I mean, I have a lot of
I don't
flexibility
think she
back, but not
can.
enough to sit cross-legged comfortably for
1
2
second.
hours.
Oh, I don't know why I hit that. No,
No,
she can't hear. Oh, I think I might have to,
Do we need her for this? I mean, it was
just in
pretty,
case there are any questions I can't answer.
I thought it was pretty
that was pretty
straightforward.
straightforward too.
Did you?
Yeah,
Yeah, so why don't you, I don't know, we'll be in touch if we need,
yeah.
if you have questions. That was the chair.
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
There. We were just, we were just saying, it doesn't seem like there are many questions right now. There might not be any. But I'll pull the report up now that the volume's working anyway. Are we waiting? We're just waiting on one member. Should we wait?
No, we can have questions, and if she has anything at the end, she can jump in.
Okay. So,
Yeah, I had one question. Do we expect any pushback from the community about it being closed so soon after it was closed for renovations? I mean, it's pretty well laid out in the Q&As, but I just wondered, as I know there's been a few tense moments there with.
there have, and I'll speak a little bit to this, Alessia, you can always add. I just know strategically, we picked the time of year where it's already reduced hours. It's our slow time. It's
Yeah.
not our, like, I think we would have received a lot of pushback had we have closed it in the middle of the summer.
Okay.
But I think this has also been a project that's been a long time coming. And as long as we're really framing the benefit to the community. And I mean, the report that Alessia had originally submitted and sort of the communication plan we've been talking about is pretty extensive. Do you have anything else to add, Alessia?
We have closed down for a month prior to all of our renovations and remediation, and we didn't get any pushback, and that was when we had regular hours. But again, like you said, we have closed down a few times since then, but I don't see much. There might be a few question marks as to why, but I think once the public and the community knows why we're closing down, I think they'll be receptive to the reason.
The
Yeah,
other thing in the report that I wanted to sort of highlight too is there have been a number of facilities related things that we've wanted to do. And so one of them obviously is the installation of security cameras.
Mhm.
So I've been communicating to the town, we're closing in the fall. Now we have the exact dates. So we're hoping that that project will take place at the same time too. So why don't we get all of it done? We reopen and all of those projects that have sort of been sitting on the side can just be complete. Some of the larger structural things, HVAC and some of the other facility requirements that we need, obviously, we're not going to get that done at the time, but we've definitely talked about how we can make the best use of, while we're reorganizing the basement, what else needs to be done.
Okay. Anyone have any other questions or concerns?
No, the letter was there, or the report was.
Yeah,
Great,
well done.
good, okay. Thank you.
That's it.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
It's hard to know where to look, huh?
I know. So the next is your service update. Do you have any comments you want to make, or any questions you want to ask?
I just have one minor comment, let me just find it. Yeah, so the numbers, I still think we have to decide at some point, like, what numbers do we want and how often do we want them? I really like this, it was easy to read, but 40 new members, like, I need a baseline, so. But that comes back to,
Would you like a percentage increase? Along those, the absolute
Just the
number?
comparison.
yeah, but if we meet to talk about data, like, it all goes back to that
Yeah.
deck. But I thought this was great. And now that I know that the 46 programs are,
Now you know what it means.
The one thing I definitely want to highlight in this report is look how often we were in the news.
I know, that was great.
Yeah.
yeah,
It was definitely obviously a combination of Arts Walk, but even the cultural map. It's too bad Alessia isn't still on the call because
Yeah.
she's been doing such an incredible job leading that project and getting so much attention to that museum. And a lot of the time it's just a heads up. Oh, this person reached out, and she's just happy to speak to the media and she does an incredible job. I have a lot of confidence in her to do that. So yeah, we were in the news a lot,
it's great.
which is, yeah, it's excellent.
Can I ask just a question? Are you guys using any sort of social listening, social tracking tools? There's a number of free ones, just to see actual, so you can see how many impressions and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's each platform has its own sort of analytics
Yeah.
tool, but that's what we use. And that's something that I could also incorporate, and I've done that in previous CEO reports. It's a lot of work. I'm happy to do it. It's just whether or not you find it useful.
It comes back to the value of the library and in terms of, because it is the library in the town, et cetera, but there are, I would say probably on like it's a quarterly or an annual.
Not every.
I mean, I know that they only track by month and it's all confusing, but, I meant something like Sprout Social that literally is like your mentions. So it's not what you put out there, it's what people,
Other
so, like if when I post and say, hey, I'm at the Arts Walk and it's really great, it picks that up as well.
What about comments? The amount of,
something.
I mean, obviously we get the
Yeah.
odd, negative comment on social media, but a majority of it is very positive.
Yeah.
I can experiment with that. The other thing too, actually, the Gardener in Residence program, so what's interesting is we were mentioned in that interview, but it was led by a volunteer that started the program and has been sort of expanding into other libraries in the area. But we are mentioned at about, 8 minutes, or sorry,
I saw that.
8 minutes in, so just really positive media attention, and it just goes to show it's like beyond staff leading it, like this is a volunteer, which is great. And that program has been going very well. I think for the most part, I also, I said we could include more photos moving forward. This particular report isn't the best example, but we can, if you like to see pictures of what's happening. But, and these are our summer students who have been doing a fabulous job. We are going to keep them on in the fall. So, just to help with some of our staffing stuff. But yeah, they've been doing amazing. We've been really lucky. I think every year we just get
They don't go
awesome
back to
students.
school.
No, actually, I don't think that Hannah does. And then, so with the grant actually for these two positions, it was through Canada Summer Jobs. So the age, you can be up to 30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not specifically,
To school.
yes. And I think Hannah just finished
Well, that's great.
before she came in. But then we have another grant funded position for the intern at the museum, and that position was awarded internally. So that specific person will be still working full-time because of the grant while we do the museum closure, so we actually have more hands on deck.
That's good.
Oh yeah, I don't know, this isn't really. We're doing interviews this week for two new student library pages, so we got quite a few applicants. And we were the first well, we're not a department necessarily, but we were the first people to work with HR on this new recruitment module to actually advertise the position, so that was kind of fun.
Sorry, what's a student age?
I was gonna ask that.
They shelved the books. It's a very traditional term for that position.
Like the government
Like
has.
the
I know
library
it is.
page, yes,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah.
I think where the term came from, yeah. Yeah. And it's typically, that specific position is often high school students that we hire. That's it.
No squires? Just kidding. Just
So
kidding.
nice.
Sorry. Just kidding.
So moving on to the CEO update on the 2025 budget. And I asked, Jen had some plans to talk about some things, but I also specifically asked, knowing that the town budget process is coming because it's earlier than ours, that is there anything that she needs to talk to the town about? Security cameras came to mind, for example. So over to you.
I was also hoping today to receive some direction on a timeline for the budget. So as of now, we haven't received any correspondence about the funding agreement, so we're safe to say that it's been renewed. So just for some of our newer members, we have a funding agreement with the municipality. It's a 3-year agreement, and so our budget is based off of the previous year's tax levy. We get 6%. And unlike other town departments, I, as the library CEO, don't have to do a formal presentation to council advocating for our budget. So we are safe to say that, like, I'm ready to start building the budget based on those numbers. And then some of the sort of high ticket items will be the salary wage grid. So there's been some communication through email.
On your financial report, is that
It is, yeah.
their salary increase? I mean, that's,
And there's something I want to talk about specifically when we get to that report, but just in terms of the decision's already been made. And so there will be financial impacts when I'm budgeting for salaries for 2025. I haven't input that data yet because I don't have the wage grid just yet. But there will be, the wages will be higher for 2025.
I
well,
can answer that too.
but if they give you, if they approve an increase for all staff,
All non-union staff.
don't they have to flow the money?
I can
Okay.
explain that more when we get to the,
That's interesting.
I've been kind of navigating this yes, over the last couple of days, but yeah, maybe we'll wait until the finance report for that. The Arts Walk, that's been on my mind too. It's a very expensive initiative. But at the same time, so well received by the community. So budgeting for the Arts Walk will be an interesting thing. So I can talk to the town or relevant departments to see, like, the financial commitment we got this year was incredible, but it's not formally in the budget. Like, this is designated for the Arts Walk. It's not a formal commitment. It was more in a sense of, I don't wanna say favor, but so, next year, is there any appetite to formalize, we are going to invest a certain amount of money to the Arts Walk, and then the library will invest X amount of money. I know Sabrina's vision was that there would be specific community groups, and other sponsorships that could help. But finding that and solidifying, like, we have to start planning for the next year's Arts Walk in
Yeah.
like a month, yeah. So,
What do you think the appetite is to, because you're thinking of like maybe having it being a line item or something in the budget so that you have.
well, and right now, the thing with the Arts Walk, and we don't have to get too into this, today, but historically, it came out of the Arts Council's budget. But is that where it belongs to? Is it, I don't know, a library program?
If the weather was really good this year, which I think helped contribute, if it's pouring rain, do you think there'll be an equal participation, both on the vendor side and on the community side?
Well, there was thunderstorms. Right, they almost canceled it Friday night before, wasn't
Do you mean from a risk perspective?
Yeah.
Mhm.
But then if it's raining and you don't spend time, you think you just roll money.
Yeah,
So
that's,
it's a
I
hard
think
call.
probably most of the money will have been spent, but I think that's an operational question. What we're
Yeah.
talking about is bringing forward to the town
The town.
department any sort of line commitment as opposed to kind of a favor that happens.
So what if you talk to the staff that you got the money from, like whatever group supported it, and ask them what they think?
That's what she's gonna do.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
what
she's doing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So move on to the next one.
Security cameras, obviously, I've already been talking with IT, about including that in their budget for next year. Again, it's council's decision whether or not we actually get the funding, but those conversations have started. Just let me quickly look at my notes.
Presumably when the accessibility study is complete, and because that's something that we co-funded with the town, and Bill would be
Mhm.
building that into the budget.
Yeah, so
Yes. Sorry.
Phil and I will meet, I think, before the budget pitch days in August. I can't remember which day we said on, but we are meeting to talk about sort of the facility aspect of things. I'll probably get an update on the museum HVAC at that meeting as well. And it'll just be nice too, to get an understanding of what's going to be prioritized from a facility standpoint and what I can do to advocate for the library. Though this sort of feeds back into the market and pay equity study, but because there's going to be such a large financial impact on the 2025 budget, I don't anticipate there will be a lot of like big budget asks
No.
from other departments, so I'm sort of keeping that in mind when I'm having conversations with town staff. But in terms of a timeline for like the first draft to come back to the board, what is the
Of our budget?
expectation? Yeah,
We would look to be approving it in November, so, draft in October.
okay,
Can I answer the one part about that? So, just so you know, so the 60th percentile. That we took on for the pay equity and compensation review for staff, non-union staff, that was done. Well, it was time to do it. number one, that I wanted to pontificate on is that it was really important that the library and museum staff not be stripped out of that grid. It was really important that they stayed on that grid,
Yes.
right? I don't, for me, like, it doesn't matter, you know, like, we're all, you know, we're all people, we're all staff, we all work here type
Yeah.
deal, so you shouldn't be subjugated to, well, you just, you know, like, you're lesser because you work at the library or the museum. No, no. So that's why I really advocated that you guys stayed on on that
Did they
grid.
try to take us off?
There's always the indication that it could be done, but in this case, it didn't happen. Everybody stayed where they were. And so the 60th percentile was because the previous council made their decision at 52, which isn't a thing. It's either 50, 55, 60 and up, right? The 60th we chose because, you know what, it's about retention
Mhm.
and it's about attraction and retention, right? If we want to keep the good people we have, we need to give them that incentive to stay. So recognizing that, what would work well is you get your budget together, and if it's not gonna jive, then now that, since we're gotten past having to open up that MOU, then I imagine we can check, but I would assume that then you say, well, this is how much more we're gonna need in order to meet that need, you know, without making cuts to our programming. And I imagine you would see a lot of seniors people coming crashing down the door to say, don't take away our programming, right? So on and so forth, right? So it's not I don't think it's a bad thing. It was all necessary. It was really important to keep everybody on the grid.
Thank you.
And- Well, and the thing is though too, is that as I tried to talk to Jen before we got to that point, was that some on the grid are above the grid, like they're above the standard. That didn't mean they were getting a decrease in pay.
No, they're just
It just meant, you know,
red line.
they're up there, right? So that's fine, right? Everybody just gets increased. We made it effective as of July the 1st, so we backdated it, but if you need, and that's where, yeah, it's something that we'll address as we get there, right?
Is this gonna be an opportunity also to look at, opening Sunday again too?
I would say this would be less of an opportunity to open Sundays because
Or at least answer the question
Yeah.
about why we can't.
that
yeah.
would be less of a reason, in my opinion. I don't know, I'm not the expert and I don't have the financials, but, or the financial know-how, but
You're right.
less of a reason to be open on Sundays. I don't know
We
why.
have to-
I don't know.
If we have to go to and ask for additional funds, because we can't fund it, it might be a nice opportunity to just.
Well, we haven't
Yeah.
even established any compelling case that we
Need to-
need to be open on a Sunday.
Yeah, it's only one counselor that's been bringing this forward, and I don't know why. I don't know what the reason is.
No, I think 21st Century Library would be open Sunday.
I think the question came down to,
$1.
if things, no, if things have changed, would you rather open, open evenings or later into the evening a couple of days? Like, it was either or open Sunday, and I think that, if I'm right, the response back was most people would prefer to have longer hours, because again, if people who are working, they finish work,
That's
they have
true,
to, et cetera,
yeah.
rather than.
And where's your return on investment for being open for Sunday? For
Yes.
5 people in town to
Yeah,
come in?
I
Like, I don't know.
Scheduling.
Saying
Yeah,
if,
too.
Yeah.
if we had to go back, if we had to say. At some point, we don't have the money to do the 60th, we need,
Well,
then that might be the time to say, or at least let them raise it. As,
I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to wait, but naturally it just makes sense because this will actually impact future years. But, so I don't have any concerns about the study itself, or the decision to move to the 60th. But where there's a little bit of concern is sort of the aftermath of it. So the report that went to council, which was circulated to the board, it had costing for the library, but it wasn't clear who was paying for it. And so when I had discussions with the town, there was a little bit of back and forth about who was actually paying for it. And what I was unaware of was that, there were calculations done in isolation of the library, insinuating that we had gapping in salaries, which we do. But that the decision was that that money would just come out of our gapping and be, and fill in for this decision. But the thing that wasn't considered is, even if, like, we have a planned surplus that could have been planned for something else by the board, it's the board's decision for how that money is being spent. So luckily this time around, we actually had the money, but in future years, should that decision have been made, like, what if we don't have the money to do it? Or what if the money that we have in gapping this year, what if we had already planned to spend that elsewhere?
Can I ask you
I think
though,
we have.
Did-
Yes.
did the consultant ask you, because you should have been interviewed, were you not interviewed for this?
No,
You weren't included as an interviewee?
no, but the flip
'Cause
side
that's
of it,
concern, right? So you should have been interviewed, and that should have been asked by the consultant who was conducting the study. Not run under assumptions. The bigger assumption was, is that the town-wise, yeah, we had lots of gap. We've had a lot of positions that haven't been filled, that have been budgeted for, that carries into a surplus basically, to get it, that will get us through till the next budget. And a lot of the other, it looks like a big number, but it's not, because it's not a whole number, because a lot of the departments are self-funded anyways. So it's not actually an impact on the tax levy. But that is a question. I'm really disappointed to hear that, because that's a question that should have been asked to you as a CAO of the library. I'm not
The-
saying that you
yeah.
could have known that you should have put that forward, but that should have been something asked to you by the consultant, and I'm very disappointed to hear that they didn't even ask you, they just assumed.
Yeah, but if you read the report too, it is not clear, it does not specify that it's coming out of the library's budget. Did you get that impression when you read it, if you remember?
No, I don't remember, it's a pretty big report, and there's a lot of stuff to deal with.
I'm a bit confused.
Okay, That's fair.
So
that's fair.
luckily, there's carry through for this budget, for what's remaining right now, to get through to the next budget.
So we're talking about the gap, we're not talking about the study itself, we're talking about the actual pay that we need to pay out.
The study-
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
I just-
Yeah, the study failed to address the gap.
Yes, thank you.
I think this was already anticipated by Sabrina, and that's why we didn't pinpoint the surplus for anything else.
No, this study was conducted without Sabrina's tenure, she was not here.
Well, what happens is, and Lori, correct me if I'm wrong. So at the end of the year, if we have a surplus or an anticipated surplus, Sabrina would present the forecasts, and then so any surplus we have comes back to stays with us.
Goes
So
under
just
reserve.
because,
Yeah.
say just because we had $100,000 hypothetically anticipated in a surplus for salaries, then we could plan to spend that elsewhere, like it comes back to us, it doesn't necessarily have to go back into salaries, but in this case, we had planned to use a surplus for salaries from the previous study. So do we have the money? Yes, we do. There's not a
Luckily.
concern, like, we're not going to go over budget because of moving to the 60th this year.
So you're talking 2024?
Yes,
Yes, we can absorb it this year.
yes. But what happens if this happens again and we actually don't have, like they could do their own calculation, for instance, in finance, based off of what they have for how much we budgeted and how much we've spent, but they don't know if the board has designated that surplus for something else, so they're just assuming.
So is your question, if they're gonna do this again? This is only every term of council,
Right,
right?
So, yeah.
So,
but it would be,
yeah,
it's the fact that town staff were making a financial decision on behalf of the library.
with a
Which they
consultant.
should
Without
not have done.
consulting.
Yes,
They should not
yeah,
have done.
I think that's, at the end of the day,
Yes.
the
Yeah.
town staff made decisions on library budget.
Which was not
Which
theirs
was
to
not
make.
theirs to make, so
Yeah.
they needed
Staff,
to.
staff didn't, it was the
Or sorry, the
consultant.
consultant, okay,
that made
the
this.
consultant.
But no, it was the
Also
staff
Yeah. 'Cause-
that would have made the financial, like the staff that put the calculations together,
Town,
put it
Yeah.
in the report,
yeah,
but didn't
consultant.
Yes,
Well, and that's what if I'm very disappointing in this?
yeah,
So an action would be to have a conversation and to identify that decisions about library budget. So if they're making a decision about, because we've agreed we wanted to be together, we agreed that it's important that we want to be together. But a final decision that says we're gonna go to the 60th or we're gonna go to the whatever, there is, we are an entity that needs to be part of that decision, am I right? Because
not the
not the
decision,
decision.
because we
But where the
gave
money
them
comes from?
where yes, the finance part of it.
So, okay, so here's then the question, do we need to go back and say, we need to table this at a budget discussion to say where that money's gonna come from? You can't tell us where it's coming from. That, or, I don't know, I'm just.
The argument might come
I
back
wouldn't-
anyways, that it's tax dollars anyways, right? But
I think if anything, it could either be a conversation staff to staff, or it could be a deputation to
We have to
council.
look at the funding agreement,
Mhm.
which I can't find in this, one second.
But the thing with the funding agreement, sorry, but the thing with the funding agreement is that leads to opening up the MOU, which we don't,
No, it does not. There's a
well, I
clause-
would like to be sure,
There's a clause in the funding agreement that said if there's a unusual bump
okay,
that, we can't cover within our 6%,
okay,
then we can go to council and apply.
then that's what we should do the budget up and gear towards. We don't know what the budget is till you do it.
Yeah, I can't believe that. It's so organized.
Read all this stuff.
I have to find it.
But I do know that, there are former members that would speak to that too, that came up with this, right? It's worked very well. But I believe, yeah, you need a budget before you can go to that.
I'd have to look at.
Are you looking specific for the pay equity part? That's in the MOU.
In the funding agreement or the MOU, they're two different things.
We'll put them in hand, I'm sorry.
They are hand in hand, but the funding agreement was developed separately.
You printed it all out?
I read it all. Got the whole file here.
In
Any
the
comments?
event the town adjusts the Blue Mountain salary grid, which includes BNPL employees, the board may make a funding request to the town pertaining to internal equity as required. And internal equity means basically staying on the grid. Yeah, and for clarity, despite the annual allotment that will be provided to the board under and in accordance with the terms and conditions of this agreement, nothing in this agreement prohibits the board from approaching the town for other funding, operational additions, or capital for other purposes.
Yeah, so that means you can go for over and above, but you can't change this percentage without opening the MOU again.
Right,
That's-
yeah, I'm not trying to change the percentage, we're trying to say,
But
you're
what-
hitting us with a big amount of money that we didn't anticipate.
Yeah.
And so we need to apply for support.
So-
If BNPL requires funding that exceeds the annual allotment, a formal request to council is required and will be included for consideration in the town's annual budget.
So I would say, in my opinion, because I'll be at that table, would be, we do the budget, and then whatever you need that's over and above, you reference that section of the agreement, so that there aren't any questions, or anybody's gonna try and say, no, you can't do that. Well, actually, we can. So just my thought.
But I guess the question is, with the 60% because we'd have to see the budget, see how it,
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. We need to see the budget
Yeah.
before we do that.
our budget.
Consider on over, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can apply for more. But I mean, that's what we did in the past, and I don't know if you guys remember this document, we have multiple years here. And the point was that it shows, in fact, it shows a deficit this year of $40,000 and projected deficit in 2025 of 32,000, and in 2026 we're balanced.
Yes,
And the point of that was that we were taking a look at the salary implications over multiple years and applying that
Mhm.
out. And so they've added an extra burden for 2024,
Yes,
and we're not getting funded for that, is what we're.
Now, however,
but we have the
I-
money.
I might say, however, though, they all go hand in hand though too, because we can't say, you do that, that's fine, you know what you need, that might be more. but that's might be more. We don't know what the overall end budget will be, if, what the 6% will be, if it will cover it completely.
And that's.
This
what we
is
had
where-
in our budget.
You gotta work in lockstep, right? Because to assume that you're gonna need to ask for more, might not need to ask for more, the 6% of the next budget might be more than enough. I don't know. It's too early to tell, but it never hurts to be ahead of the game and be ready. And I did hear a lot of positive things. Adding the budget, the library budget to the overall budget was well received by residents because it wasn't secret, it was right there, right? It made a big difference for a lot of people. There's no secrets going on here. There it is in black and white. Anyway,
So you heard then yesterday that we're not getting funding for this year, but the number is relatively small, isn't it?
It was like 6,000, yeah, it was
Okay.
very small.
That's what I thought.
So it's not, you know, like, we have the money, that's not really the issue right now, it's just,
And what's the number for 2025?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay,
just to
so-
do it yet.
Yeah, okay, so maybe we need to see our budget in September. You can do
Yeah.
it.
And I do think we're gonna have to go back and look at the Sunday hours. Too, because. It was something that was taken away because. Of this need to save money for paying for these. And that's what Sabrina said.
Really?
We
I
had
thought
to-
it was COVID.
No, she said it was, that
mat
was, that was
leaves.
how she was able to cover.
For the mat leaves and until we get back on track.
Cost
So she
saving.
cut that out, so she. It is before, well, I guess it was the board, but had decided. I don't know who decided, but when, after COVID opened up, Sunday hours didn't come back.
So is the.
But they were still on mat leaves and.
Because we couldn't afford it, so if now we're saying. We can afford to do this, so it's just, I just think we need to.
Do we need to understand what the cost of being open on Sunday is? The incremental
If,
cost?
when we look at the budget in September, I think we should look at that too.
That's.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that, as kind of the drive as that.
But also too, sorry, Julia, and I don't mean to jump in, but the thing is that the 60th percentile was was instilled by us, right? It was not the library that put that forward. We did. We put it forward for everybody, for all
We,
staff,
you mean?
council.
Council.
We passed that, right? So I don't think, I know where you're going with that, but I don't think that's the case because you're trying to, cost saving measures is how we're able to have a surplus in order to luckily suit the need or to carry it over. But anyway, I think it'll be fine. I don't think, I got no pushback. None, zero.
Okay, but we could still just at least say that we've done our due diligence,
Yeah.
because it did seem as a community member, it never came back, right? And maybe that's fine, but if we're under budget right now and we can afford this, maybe we could afford that too. Who knows?
Are we getting any requests for Sunday hours?
Well, okay,
How would you request something?
yeah,
Well, we've never had any,
Yeah, what happened?
well, it's because we're all so well behaved in Cranberry. You know, it's like, oh darn,
If
they're
it
not
haven't been,
open.
if it hasn't been open since COVID.
Yeah,
Well, I think, yeah, I mean.
anyway, it's not a huge,
Understanding the
deal.
budget, understanding.
Yeah.
The cost and.
Yeah.
you know, we can- Cause we have many other things that we also want to do.
So you'll be bringing forward an initial draft, in September that will include, we'll need to see the salary 60th percentile
yeah,
effect separately.
Are you still waiting for the audited statements from KPMG too? We're gonna
Yes.
be into next
Never
year.
been this.
I guess there's been a lot of turnover in finance too, so I'm sure that doesn't help. When you're trying to
Two people.
find everything.
So can we move on to, we ready to move on to the
Yeah.
Q?
Yeah,
Q
let's-
two, because then we're pretty much done. So. Do you have any comment you wanna make on either that or the Q2?
I mean, most of what I did wanna talk about was the salaries and potential impact. I don't know what they are at this time. I want to say I don't really have any concerns right now. That's what's.
So the library was stuck at 50th, not 52nd.
What?
That might have been a typo.
Okay, just for
Well,
accuracy.
my understanding too is when they, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. It was 52, but when they went to do the study, we came in at the 50th.
The library and museum.
I thought as a whole, like
No,
including the town.
they chose 52nd percentile, which is nothing. It doesn't exist. It's not a real thing.
But we were definitely on the same.
Yeah, on the same
Yes,
grid.
yes.
You're up, so on the same grid,
Yes.
it's 52nd percentile.
Okay.
Usually it's only 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, so.
Well, I know Grey Highlands did 53.
They did 53.
Julia?
I do have a question, and so this is Q2.
Yeah.
Why are we running at 41% of our, revenue and expenses?
Almost 8 months into the year.
No,
We're only at
For the
6
end of
months.
June.
6 months, so I understand capital because that you buy in lumps and things. But, like, I guess when I see this, I think, well, that's great news, but, like. Why are we not spending, like, you'd think we'd be closer on our expenses unless we do budgeting, like. Vacation and all of that.
Well, are you looking specifically at staffing?
It's just a general comment, but yes, okay, what about staffing? Was that because of mat leaves?
We also, yes, and then we also have 2 staff on medical leave right now.
Oh, okay,
So that would be an explanation for that.
do you anticipate being closer to? The budget this year,
For
for all of it?
For all of it?
Expenses, revenue,
Yes, I also anticipate we're going to be under in certain areas, but over in others, so it'll kind of balance itself
Okay.
out. And that would be mostly because of programming.
so it's something we can look at too when we look at the budget
And,
in the fall.
and bear in mind, we're looking at the end of June, and we may not have all the June expenses reported to us yet.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay,
and this, like, there's also this major expense for the audit, which I kind of noted that in the cover letter, but that'll all be spent. If not, it might even come in a bit higher, actually. I think it might this
Okay.
year.
The audit for taking this long, we should be getting a discount.
And then in terms of grants too, we've definitely received a lot more. In federal and provincial grants.
So the municipal grant, what is that? That's outside of the 6% that you get.
No, it
That
is it,
That is it,
yes,
okay. I was gonna say, that's too bad.
yeah.
okay, I'm always. Interested in sort of how how an organization is tracking, right? At the various quarters, because it can either mean your budgets weren't very good.
Yeah,
Or your, it could mean a whole lot of things and.
Piece of expenditures, a big one,
Mhm.
like capital, lots of stuff.
I mean, it's good to be under, don't get me wrong, I just, you worry if if you're always under, cause then, yeah. That's it, thank you.
Where will the art swap fit in? Where will it be captured? Or are there various?
Q3, no?
No, I was just wondering. Is it-
oh, which line will it fall under?
Yeah,
It'll be more than one, because
Yeah.
some was charged to communication, some was charged to. I think programming comes out of general
Staffing.
operating.
okay.
Staffing.
Staffing, there's.
Yeah,
And, sorry, it was just a question from before, of the total cost, because you mentioned it's very expensive. Is the majority cost staff time of that, or no? Okay, that's really interesting.
Well. Yes and no,
Yeah,
but
okay, so that-
it's going to get more expensive the more that we do it with. like this year, we had to get insurance, and then you're like, are we expanding it? Do we need more toilets and hand washing stations? And like those sorts of things, but I would actually say marketing and printing, you would be surprised at how much that
Mhm.
costs.
Expensive, yeah.
That's actually, one of the
Especially if
most
you-
major expenses,
Yeah.
yeah.
And had another question, because it looks like we're flat in the own source revenue versus budget. So,
So the seniors fitness.
I was gonna say,
You guys are really fit.
Was there, you know,
We
is there something
donate.
that, you know, was really unanticipated that you know, and that's a big.
Well, that'll go up too because of, the fund, the sort of the sponsorships we received for the Arts Walk too. But that, yeah, we're just doing, I guess, really well in terms of like own sources, combination of, you know, replacement costs, fines slash replacements, even though we don't do late fees.
Mhm.
But the gallery sales go in commissions. That's not part of own source.
Oh, okay, so that's not even gallery, that's fun.
Now I'm like, where do I have it here?
It's just such a significant.
It is,
I get
it
that
is.
you wanna
We do
underplay how much you know, how much you think you're gonna earn, but, that's significant.
Yeah, it's donations, facility rentals, it's a couple of different things.
Other questions on these financials? Okay, seeing none, we actually received them earlier in the agenda, so we don't need that motion. Anything under update? No, sorry. Okay.
I just wanna, I don't think oh yeah, it was. Thank you, Roy. Sorry, I questioned you. You're good, you know.
Okay, in terms of key messages, the topics I would identify are obviously that we continue to work on the SRI draft, that we prepared for a focus group meeting for MRFA, that we were grateful to staff for their hard work in the arts and crafts walk. Formal motion to thank them.
We need to get pegs for that tents though.
Yeah.
Just as a note.
Jeez.
We need
You spent a
pegs.
lot of time looking at the
It's been a
money.
long time
I wish I
behind the
had
tent.
known that because I brought extra screws, but anyway, okay.
Okay,
And I noted that, I guess we have three projects that we're doing quite closely with TBM, the cultural map and the youth climate action. So those are the ones, so some other really interesting things you're doing, but they are more operational. I've tried to keep this focused on governance, and some of these are the lens is a cooperation with the town, to mention those particular ones.
What, do you wanna mention the board established a timeline for the 2025 budget?
Sure, yeah.
makes sense.
Then, did anyone have anything else that they thought should show up in key messages? Anything kind of all. Okay. So can I have a mover and seconder to release the key messages update for July? Carol. And. All in favor? Great, thank you very much. Notice a meeting, or we know we added that meeting, or tentative meeting, I guess, timing with the lawyers, because don't have to call them members. Our actually next scheduled board meeting is September 19th. Are we okay with that timing? Because.
Or do we need to review them?
Well, or, oh, I'm really just wondering if we have like on that agenda, just so we know. Right now, we would have, the next, a key influencers discussion, board evaluation, audited statements, budget. Vote. And the discussion with the town. So it's a pretty heavy agenda, but I mean, timing is fine, I think. I just want to double check with everybody else. You don't want to schedule something in August. I kind of don't want to, just to be honest. Okay, good. So our next meeting is September 19, with the nurse before that.
Great.
Okay, so I declare the meeting adjourned at 5:15.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very
Jen,
much.
when can I come and talk to you about data?
Let me just stop this and stop the recording.